So good morning everyone, how are you feeling? Excited? Yeah? So let's get started with the conference. Today we are here at PuneFOSS 4.0. I would just like to remind you of a few things. This conference is an open forum for you to meet new people, be respectful towards others, share what you're building and ask questions, right? So it's a pretty simple code of conduct. Now I would also like to mention some details about FOSS United. So FOSS United is the non-profit that is helping organize this event. So they do a lot of work in various domains. They help college clubs, they help out with a bunch of projects, and if you're an open source developer, they can help you out with financial fund, like they can help you out with funding. So if you're an open source indie developer, it can be very helpful to have a steady revenue stream. So you should definitely check out the website. They also organize India FOSS. So India FOSS is the bigger version of city conferences, like the one we're at right now. It's happening in Bengaluru. You should check out as soon as possible. They organize FOSS Hack, which is a month-long hackathon, which allows developers to hack on open source projects based out of India. You can check out folklore.in. It's an amazing resource where you can find a directory of all kinds of open source software built right in India. Because I feel like it's an amazing concept that we can use software which has been grown in our country. You can go talk to a developer in a regional language. You can add support. It's an amazing ecosystem they're trying to build. So yeah, just once again, you can check out India FOSS, and you should propose a talk as well. The CFP has been extended, and we'll be handing out quest cards. So at the PuneFOSS conference, you'll get a quest card. It'll have a few questions. So your goal is to interact with people around you, socialize, and find somebody who answers, let's say, the question, they have broken Linux once. So if you find somebody, you can write down their name. And at the end, whoever gets all of the boxes first, we are going to raffle away an India FOSS ticket to them. So that should be pretty fun for you. You can check out the schedule at this QR code. Is it showing? So yeah, you can check out the schedule at the website, and we'll be starting with the conference soon. So the agenda should be visible to you. I'll hand it over to Sarah.
Thank you so much, Soham. All right, good morning everyone and welcome to PuneFOSS 4.0. It's genuinely amazing to see all of you here at such an early time. I'm Sarah Khambata and I'll be your host for today's event. Looking around, I know we have a room full of students, developers, maintainers, builders, founders, researchers, and people who are simply curious and excited to learn. Some of you have traveled across the city today. Maybe some of you took an early morning commute to be here. And some probably looked at the alarm and thought, is open source really worth waking up this early in the morning? Well, you're here, so I think we already have the answer. For anyone who's joining a FOSS event for the first time, today isn't just about code. It's about people sharing ideas, building together, learning together, and creating something bigger together. Now, before we officially begin, let's do one small icebreaker, okay? Alright. You can just raise your hand or just give me a clap when I say something and you find it relatable, alright? So, who all said to themselves, okay, I'll contribute to open source this weekend? Anyone? Okay, that's great. I see a handful over here. Okay, now, how many of you all have said this couple of weekends ago but have not yet started yet? Oh my god, a room full. So I think आज बहुत कुछ बहुत interesting सीखने को मिलेगा. Actually, I also fall into that category, so great. It's the two of us who will be learning today. And so perfect. This is why I love the energy in this room, because right now all of us just realized something. Every person contributing today has once had that feeling. Everyone starts confused, everyone starts small. Everyone starts somewhere. Now, let's settle the big debate. People who believe dark mode is superior, give me a shout out. Woo! जोर से यार, जोर से shout out. Okay. And जो Alright. So हम start करने वाले हैं, but before that I would just like to once again highlight the activity that Soham said. You all have a chance, one of you has a chance to win the ticket for India FOSS, which is happening in Bangalore in a couple of months. So you all have been given a card, उस पे जो tasks लिखे हैं वो आपको पूरे करने हैं. And once you are done, you can reach out to the volunteers and submit all those cards. Make sure you have your name written on it. So after that, we'll be, having a raffle and we'll select one lucky winner, right? So make sure you all can do those tasks. It will make your day even more fun. Okay. Now, with that energy and that spirit, I would like to officially welcome you all. Let's also take a moment to appreciate our organizers, volunteers, and everyone working behind the scenes. हर इवेंट का एक पर्पस होता है, एक विजन होता है. आज का दिन सिर्फ सेशंस अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं है. It's about understanding the mission behind FOSS, the impact that it wants to create, and how you are part of something much bigger. Because somewhere between all the sessions, networking, selfies, goodies, there is a bigger story. A story of a community that believes in learning, sharing, and growing together. Let's talk about it for a second. कितनी बार ऐसा होता है कि we come to an event, we make notes और ताली वाली बजाते हैं और फिर घर जाके हम भूल जाते हैं सब कुछ. Yeah, we've all been there. But today is different because this session is not just about listening. It's about connecting the dots between where you are right now and where you actually want to go. And trust me, by the end of this segment, you won't just feel inspired. You'll feel responsible to learn more, do more, and become more. Many of us think that code contribution begins and ends with code. But open source has always been bigger than pull requests and repositories. Our first speaker for the day has spent over 5 years in developer education, building platforms and empowering technologies. His work sits at the intersection of technology and communities because sometimes impact is not measured in commits, but in people. Please welcome Mr. Siddharth Shivkumar for Commit to More Commits.
HDMI cable. Can someone यहाँ पे रुक सकते हैं क्या coordinate करने के लिए?
Thank you.
This is for the column mic. Like you can attach this.
I can use that if that works.
Okay, no issues. I'll just keep it on. Thank you.
Is there any way to zoom this in a little bit more? No, that's all.
I mean, does he have a? I don't think so. Yes.
Hi, good morning. I hope you can hear me all throughout the end of the hall. I quickly introduce myself and then I also want us to...
This is my it's for the live stream.
Oh yeah, thanks man. Sorry, we also forgot that we have a very different audience watching from their home, so we need to plug this in so they can hear what I'm saying. That better? Do you get audio in the live stream now? Perfect. Well, thank you so much for showing up. Like the introduction went, we realize it's difficult to wake up this morning to come to an open source event. I'm pretty sure it's also not as fancy as other conferences that you've gone to, including the ones where you keep hearing AI in every other sentence. But I'm Siddharth. I work as a senior program manager at FOSS United Foundation. My work involves education. You've probably heard about me working in the space of developer marketing and education, but I have a bunch of things that I want to share. I'm also realizing the AC blast is maybe rusting our joints a little bit, so we'll do a quick check of how the audience is doing today. With the show of hands, can you tell me if you have any sort of computer science background? Perfect. Keep your hands up Keep your hands up if you are from the computer science background and also still write code on a daily basis. Okay. Now keep your hands up if you are not from the computer science background but do something related to the open source world. Interesting. For the clear reason that we just saw, my talk here is going to be about all the work that FOSS United Foundation does, which is going to be non-code, and I want to use this as an excuse to also sensitize people to a lot more that happens in the broader ecosystem, and I know there's at least 3 talks today that are going to be about that. So this is my excuse to come in here and say that we need to be committing to more than just Git commits. We've all been very familiar, and I'm understanding that the screen may not be as visible as I thought it would, but we've all realized that open source is not a backyard game or a backyard hobby project anymore, but there are real companies that ship with these things. And I'm sure everybody in this room, because you're from a computer science background, you realize this is how the case is. And I'm talking about an OpenStreetMap, a VLC media player, a Wikipedia, Mozilla Firefox. We've heard this name over and over again, and we understand the value of these things. But a quick shout out also to these companies that are doing such great work from India. You've also gotten some of these stickers from the table outside. If not, this is your chance to go out and grab them. But Bruno, which is a local open source API client, Ente, which is a private secure photo storage app, ERP Next by Frappe, which is a 100% open source ERP software, Scrite, which is an open source software for screenplays, which I think is a very different world altogether for us coming from the software backgrounds. But we have also now come to the understanding that writing code has now become extremely affordable. And we all know why, and we all know that elephant in the room, right? If you've been following the reports by Anthropic, they published this report called the Labor Market Report, wherein they did a few studies to see how the things they are building is broadly affecting the broader ecosystem of people using those tools, right? They very proudly, I think, put together and said that 75% of programmers' tasks are within AI's reach today. And all of us in this room really know how good AI has been doing with writing code. But what we should be agreeing on is that the marginal cost for end users to write code with the use of AI has become absolutely zero. Even if you're using this with the free tier, we've all built so many MVPs, so many prototypes of fun things we wanted to do, right? And it's become very, very easy and affordable for us to do that. But for me, the most important takeaway from that whole report was this study where they mentioned that they got together 2 different groups of people, tried to teach them the same concepts, one which heavily used AI to understand that concept, and the other that did not use AI at all. And there was clearly a 17% difference between the two on the fundamental skill mastery that they were able to achieve. So the ones that used AI heavily to gain that knowledge did not have the fundamentals very clear versus the people that were not using AI to get that knowledge out of it. Leaving you all at that, I want to also make this a little bit more clear with how our progression would look like. And I was looking at the split between professionals and students today at this conference. It looks like a 45-55, which is quite interesting. A 55 towards professional and a 45 towards students. This is an example which we call as the barbell split, and this is from another person's talk, specifically Kaustubh Mishra from the Samagata Foundation. And he brought this very interesting concept of a barbell where think of this barbell having one end of the barbell as people who do a blue collar job and the other that has people who do the white collar job, right? When I say the white collar job, I'm talking about people who call themselves visionaries and strategists. These are people who understand systems and not just syntax. These are people who are making the higher level decisions. And I really feel that this is going to stay because these are people who are able to question AI systems. These are people who are taking those decisions in the background than just people who are maybe just following what the AI has to give them. Now, on the other hand, for people who do physical work, they still have a lot more experience moving around and doing things which AI, at least at this point of time or maybe the next 15 years, will not be able to do. I am pretty sure that reminds you of the Chinese robots that have been dancing on stages and very struggling to get back on its feet whenever it's stumbled upon, right? But that is, I think, very far away from what we really wanted AI to do. We wanted AI to do our dishes, our laundry, but clearly that's not how the world is moving these days. But in between is where is the disappearing layer. And this is exactly what we do not want people to get into. And when I say entry-level coder, this is no personal direct attack to people who are graduating from a college right now. But this is for anybody who has found themselves being stagnant in the software tools or in whatever they are doing and has been doing this for, let's say, 5 or 10 years and have not figured out how they'd want to broadly adopt the ecosystem. And this can apply to software as well. But these people who are maybe writing a lot more of boilerplate code, routine tasks, manual data entry, this is all where the AI is affecting. So people who keep on saying that AI is going to take all of our jobs, I have a very different positive view towards it. It's just that some of these things that were redundant are going to go away, while you now have the chance to do a lot more of impressive things that's going to use your brains a lot more. Now, because this room is full of developers, we all saw that happen. I want to bring this closer to what a developer's career path looks like. Some of us in this room may identify ourselves or are reminded of people who we call as problem finders. These are people who, when given context, they can discover and prioritize problems, and they can do this really well. Now there are also people who are problem solvers. Problem solvers are people, when given problems, break things down into smaller portions, and they're able to produce solutions. When I say produce solutions, I'm saying that they evaluate a couple of solutions and are sort of these people who know what is the most efficient way of solving these problems. And now what's going to completely disappear is the solutions implementers. And these are people who are producing code or doing the last level of problem solving, wherein you're just required to be doing the final bit of executing what an AI can do at this point. And this is exactly why we don't want to be those solution implementers, but start imagining yourself progressing from a solution implementer to a problem solver and problem finder. Enough of telling you all of that, but I hope the room now understand that AI does not understand the real world. By show of hands, tell me if you've made a quick commerce order in the last 24 hours. Interesting. Now, you've seen the quick commerce orders get delayed more often than not, right? And this can be for several different reasons. It can, if let's say AI was put in the background to debug all of these things, the most it can understand is a GPS glitching or a routing algorithm failing or anything that a software can understand or any lines of codes can understand, right? But this is a lot more that is a civic job that all of us have to together come in and solve. And when I say a civic job, urban planning issues is one of them. From my limited time that I've spent in Mumbai, I think you're on the fortunate side when you have good roads, you have good infrastructure, at least from the part of the city that I've seen. But urban planning issues are a very big thing. For people who have gone to Bangalore or are planning to go to Bangalore in the recent future, you will notice what urban planning issues look like. But it can be a case where also there were no parking spots in front of the gate. There can be an issue where the building security refused entry to use the lift, right, to this delivery agent. This is all where a human has to come into picture, and the only way that all of us can involve in getting these things done is to stop being these people who only know how to write code, but think of what your code, the piece of code that you write today, is going to affect the broader audience. Give me a show of hands if any of you in this room has used DigiYatra. How many of you here has really read about how DigiYatra functions and what registration it has as a company? You'll be surprised to know that DigiYatra is not a government entity. It is registered as a different Section 8 non-profit, which means that it's not under the RTI. I'll talk about RTI in just a little bit. But that should tell you that there's a different company that's not under the questions that the citizens of a country can ask. Not to start a revolution here, but I'm saying the code that you write has a lot more of consequences that you don't even realize. Which is exactly why I wanted to call out and say, you need to think beyond code today. And when you think beyond code, this is the first term that you will come across. All of you have in some way or in some capacity understood this term, but you've not probably got into the term itself, and it's called digital commons. Digital commons is any sort of shared digital resource that is collectively produced and governed by a community and is intended for public use. Has anybody come across OpenStreetMap before? Heard of it? Used it? Perfect, awesome. We also have a talk by Contrapunctus, who should be somewhere here, I'm assuming, but happening later today. You should definitely go check it out. Free knowledge that you get on Wikipedia is part of digital commons, open source software, of course. Open data, civic tools, open knowledge, open cultural content, all of those form the broader context of digital commons, including any sort of tech policy discussions you have, and that's exactly where I want to lead this conversation now. Some of these organizations that I can pinpoint and get you a starter to go read about their journey and go read about their work, starting with Swatantra Malayalam Computing. I'm from Kochi. I'm a little biased here, which is why their name on the top. But they do a lot of localized OpenStreet mapping. They produce fonts. They produce keyboard tools for local speakers. They do all of this built entirely on FOSS. And they've been doing this for decades. It's not a name that has come up really recently. There's another very interesting personal favorite organization called Diagram Chasing. They call themselves full stack data journalist. All they do is get all the different public data that's available or made available by government entities or anybody in the world for that matter, and try and clean it up, because if you've ever dealt with public data, you know how, for the lack of more ethical words, bad I have different words in my brain right now, but it's completely messy. None of you can really use it directly off the shelf. But they first try and clean it up so other people can use it. And then they also help you imagine what that data can do by building data-driven stories for India. If you are anybody, has anybody gone to a movie, watched a movie in the last week? Obsession, I'm guessing, is a thing for all of you. You probably have read about a certain number of cuts that CBC, which is a censorship board, does, right? You've never bothered to go look at what exactly do they trim out and if there's there a bigger agenda towards trimming this out, right? They have a project called CBFC Watch. Go check it out. You'll see a very interesting pattern on what gets cropped, what gets still retained. It's a very good study that they've done. But finally, SFLC, they do a lot of work in bringing together lawyers, policy analysts, students, technologists to protect digital freedom. If any of you were around the time when net neutrality was a bigger discussion, you having to pay for different tiers of internet and all of that, there are people like these who come together to put out that word and say that as a citizen of the country, there are certain things that you need to have, and there are people also fighting for your rights when it happens, and most of us in this room don't even bother to go and check out. But now coming down to the final bits of it, what is that we do together? You've heard of the problems, you've heard of the ecosystem now. But I'll point out a few things that the foundation is doing at this point, and you can get involved directly to help us out, or you can do this also independently. Starting with RTIs, I talked about RTIs a little bit, but RTI is your way to ask a government body, department, ministry, educational institution, whatever it is, ask them a question about how their systems work. Like I said, a DigiYatra can never be asked a question because it's a different entity, but you can today ask a question to, let's say, FSSI, you can ask a question to any of the educational institutions, the IITs, IIMs, AIMs, IIITs, whatever you can identify as an educational institution, because transparency is the foundation to democracy, and we need to be really utilizing that. Now, interestingly, a project that we ran internally at the foundation is called License to Learn, where we sent about more than 90 RTIs to, I think, IITs, NITs, IIMs, IIITs, and we asked them to declare what educational software licenses they spend on and give us the receipt for, I think, the last 5 or 10 years. Would anybody want to take a guess on what were the top 3 software that we figured they were spending the most on, educational institutions? Windows, Microsoft broadly then. Does anybody else have guesses? Sorry? CAD, yeah, CAD was one of this on the list. Anything else that comes to your mind? Okay, another question. What do you think is the range of money that these institutions have been spending? While I should put an asterisk there and say that we've had people who have paid for perpetual license, there are people who pay annually, monthly, etc., etc. But what do you think is a rough range of how much people spend per year? Any guesses? Rough guesses? It's anywhere between lakhs to crores is the answer here. So this thing that we did, License to Learn, like I said, 90 plus RTS that we filed, Microsoft licenses, MATLAB and ANSYS were the top 3 that people have been using. Lakhs to crores is what the license cost was. Right now, we've done whatever we could with this very small team of foundation members, about 9 people to point it out. We were able to send these RTIs, and writing RTIs, making those appeals are incredibly painful if you've done that ever. The systems don't work, you get rejected for all different reasons. If you are someone who can do something of this sort inside of your institution, and you don't even have to submit a formal thing to your institution and ask them to submit reports of how much they are spending, but based on the syllabus that you have in hand, if you can just go around and see how much of proprietary software are these people actually promoting, go to your computer science labs and see what sort of tools that they use inside of it, and just give us a rough guess of how much do you think each license cost. This is going to be a great campaign, and we're going to have a website and all that live in just a little bit also. But we want to put this as a very big case study where we are able to highlight that even with the government having policies that mandate government institutions to be using open source software, there's just so much of taxpayers' money that is spent here, which also means that there will never be a cultural shift in the education ecosystem of having to use open source software and getting used to it. If you are also someone from the legal background, I don't think anybody here is from a legal background, but if you are from a legal background, please help us in the community write better RTI proposals and also better appeals for it. Moving forward, I talked about OpenStreetMap already. I'm sure you realize why OpenStreetMaps. It just gives you so much of localized knowledge that you should 100% contribute to. You will also be surprised to know that OSM also powers a lot of humanitarian efforts. Imagine there's some sort of a relief and rescue operation happening somewhere. This comes in so much handy because it retains all the things that a group of community is coming together and not governed and owned by some sort of proprietary organization, right? There's a talk, like I said, by contrapunctors later today. Please go attend, please go ask questions and get started with it. But I also want to quickly highlight the grants program that we run. I heard someone point it out during the opening. But this grants program generally is split into three different sections. There's grants for projects, there's grants for events, there's grants for fellowships. The reason I wanted to point it out right after OpenStreetMap is because there are a couple of people at least who do OpenStreetMap mapping all across the country, and I think they're also, at least one of them is in the top 5 contributors in the country. They've applied for fellowship grants and we are giving them fellowship grants. And if you are anybody in this room who's doing great open source work and the only reason you're able to not sustain your work is financial reasons, please come talk to us and we'll be happy to help. Next, try reading a policy draft, try understanding what the policy world looks like. Like I said, there's so much that the government also wants you to comment on. There's this phase called public consultation that a bill always goes through. And we want you to be aware of what that world looks like. And we want you to go understand, comment on it. There are organizations, Internet Freedom Foundation as an example. They take up that job of simplifying what that bill is, put it up in a blog, and for people like you to go read and understand what that is. And they take up the job to draft a good enough proposal or a comment and send it back to the government as well. Because when citizens don't respond, maybe the things that are made together by the government is in not favor of the citizens, even because we never responded to it. We never bothered to say, no, this is not how we'd want it to be, right? And that's exactly how a foundation also works. But a website that I want to highlight is called civis.vote, civis.vote. This acts as an aggregator for all the public consultations that are live right now. You go to this website, you scroll down, you will see all public consultations and you can start commenting on it. But having said that, with a room full of developers here and a room full of developers also at the foundation and the community generally, we did our bit in making sure that these developers now start stepping into some of the public policy discussions and public policy rooms. There are a couple of different scholarships that we give out for different courses. The first one is run by a Takshashila institution. The program is called Graduate Course in Public Policy. Interestingly, that was also my introduction to the FOSS United community. I was one of the alumni and the grantee of that scholarship. They teach you a lot about tech policy, general public policy of the country. There's also something called the Policy in Action Scholarship or the Policy in Action Program, for which we give out scholarship, run by this institution called Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. This is a group of young people getting together to know about how things work and a lot of hands-on work as well. Please consider checking this out. If you just go search on the web, FOSS United Public Policy, these are the two things you'll find in the results. Next up, this I think is going to be very easy for people to step into. Provide good UX research inputs to maintainers and people that you know around you. I am sure as developers you understand that we are absolutely bad at design and we don't understand design. We do a little bit of understanding, but it never translates to being the best UX for the community, right? And we've also internally struggled to find people who can help us in this initiative of doing more UX level work. I also heard Soham talk about folklore earlier, but if you're looking for any sort of projects to contribute both code-wise, design, UX, whatever it is, this is an interesting asset project that the foundation worked on called Folklore, F-O-R-K-L-O-R-E, wherein this I think came up from a discussion where we wanted to find more maintainers of open source projects. When I say open source, all sorts of digital commons projects. We wanted to get people together and tell the community here their stories of how things went and what are real challenges and stuff that they have, right? We at this point were able to identify at least 83 people who do really good stuff from the country, completely based in India. So if you're ever looking forward to maybe inviting people for a talk, maybe inviting people to come together and do a contribution party or anything like that, this is your place to go look for people. And then finally, if you are someone who wants to share your knowledge with the student community, we are always on the lookout for people who can act as speakers or mentors. And this is a very easy form that you can fill in to tell us that you're interested and you would want to come and contribute. It's as easy, the link is as easy as fossunited.org/community. You can also use that QR code to scan and come in. That brings me to the end of my talk. I'll wrap up quickly with what Soham also introduced you to. India FOSS is our largest annual gathering. And at this point, I can also very safely say it's the largest annual gathering in the country of this sort, where we bring in about 3,000 people at least to attend this festival together offline in Bangalore. This is happening on the 26th and 27th of September today. This has community booths, a lot of different talks, workshops, dev room. We imagine this as a community of communities where we have many people coming together and doing amazing stuff. If you are someone who's getting started with open source or even mildly remotely associate yourself with this community, this should be a great place for you to come in. all the proposals are open for talks, for project booths, for diversity scholarship as well. I'm imagining most of the students here will not be able to pay for their travel, their tickets and stay and all of that. Diversity scholarship is also open. Please go ahead and apply. Well, that is my time today. We probably have a couple of minutes, I am assuming, for questions. If you have any, I can take it right now or I'll be offline. I also want to point out that we are 2 other people from the foundation. There's Ruchika there who works on diversity-related initiatives and also works with me on education. There's Dilip there who works on all things tech. If you have anything, you can come to us and ask us about it. But any questions right now that you want to talk? If not, I'll let you progress with the rest of the day. Perfect. Cool. Thank you so much. I'll see you around.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, for showing us that contribution goes way beyond code. All right. Open source isn't only about writing software. It's also about who steers it, who participates in it, and how communities shape its future. For our next session, we're moving from cloud-native systems and governance into the world of hardware, embedded systems, and connected devices. As the number of devices around us continue to grow, interoperability becomes increasingly important. Different systems, different protocols, and different devices somehow all need to speak the same language. Joining us for this session are Ritesh Sharma and Syed Abid from Clean Electric. Ritesh is a firmware lead at Clean Electric, where wireless devices and microcontrollers are his playground. He enjoys working at the intersection of hardware and software, building systems that bring connected technologies to life. Joining him is Syed Abid, a firmware engineer at Clean Electric and an open source hardware enthusiast with a passion for creating and exploring technology beyond closed ecosystems. Together, they'll take us through a topic that sounds both timely and intriguing, exploring how standardization and communication layers can help simplify increasingly complex systems. Please welcome Ritesh Sharma and Syed Abid for OPC UA, the aggregator we always needed and now more than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, please put up your hands together for our next speakers. Thank you. The stage is all yours.
You can use this mic, this as well, for like collar pe laga. Sure. Switch it off. Long press to switch on and off.
You could extend it a little if you want.
Standard. Hello. Am I audible? In the back, everyone can hear? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So, I am Abid. I'm a hardware hacker, and this is Ritesh.
Hi, I'm Ritesh. I work mostly around automation and automotive domains, and love to contribute to open source. Welcome you all, and thank you to the organizers for getting us on this stage. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I see a lot of familiar faces I saw at OSSI India. So, hello to those. Sorry we could not meet earlier. But yeah, so we are here presenting OPC UA. Many of you might not have heard about it, but it is a technology that is crucial today in all the automation space, the hardware specifically. Right? When I graduated from college last year and joined this startup, my first problem was getting along with all the communication protocols that are used in the industry today. Like, I had to speed up my learning that there is this CAN bus, some Modbus, some 232, 432, and some other numbers, prime numbers or something, I don't know. But it was fun, because there's a lot to learn. Now the problem is, these protocols work differently, right? So we are here when today we have a system which needs the data in a particular format, but these legacy protocols work differently. We need a solution, and the solution is OPC UA, and we are here to tell you about it. Right? So we'll be covering the dream and the challenge, what we see OPC UA as coming in the future, our vision with it, the solution we propose, its relevance is in today's industry, and where you can contribute, and then thanking you. So about us, we just introduce ourselves. I'm a hardware hacker. I enjoy hacking around with Raspberry Pi, Picos, Arduinos, and any SBC you have to offer. And Ritesh Sharma here is a firmware engineer. He is the goated guy with all the tech you want to know about, learn about anything hardware. Ritesh Sharma is the guy. So yeah, the dream. So since the GPT, expectations have shifted from dashboards to assistants, right? Now when I joined, dashboards were still a thing. Like we had graphs, multiple graphs showing this metric, that metric. I could not make a lot of sense of it. I had to check through data sheets and everything, what this means, what that means. But today, we are too impatient to actually go through the data sheet and learn what it has to say. It is crucial, it is important, but the pace at we are working, it's too slow. And we need something that's faster, that meets our requirements, right? And that is AI. So AI works a bit different from the legacy systems that we have. So for me, a very huge thing was that in the factory floors or the shop floors in the offices, one thing that is there is all the machines run on some old Baba Adam age system something, and everyone still believes it. Why? Because it's stable, it works. And there's a saying, if it works, don't touch it. Right? So these systems need to be upgraded, and people are afraid of moving from the stable systems, right? Because these have been working for ages. Now, enterprises want real-time searchable updates and everything. They could just ask, like, आज मेरी factory में क्या चल रहा है? आज कितने मैंने produce किए? So these are the questions which are generally asked by managers to their workers, employees, and whoever is responsible. And this requires you to go check on the machine, ask the workers ki how many packs you have assembled, how many boards you soldered, and everything, right? And this is a data which is collected through these machines, which again work on Ethernet, Modbus, and all these legacy protocols. So having a method which enables you to talk to all of those machines through a chatbot or an assistant or maybe a Google search. You can just type your query out, it will check through the data from the machines and let you know what's happening. You can check the updates, all the things that might have broken down, anything you want, right? So with this, operators again are a big thing, because operators would not need to have a hard time learning and getting along on those machines and equipments, but they also can use this new system where they will be able to just communicate with those machines and all the equipments on the floor in their own language. They can just talk to it. It's as simple as that, right? I'll show you in a bit what it is like to talk to those legacy systems, right? And then yes, it also works as an early warning system, because then you can have all your analytical models running on it, your AI models running on it, anything that you want, right? So the challenge now is that the data model that AI uses is quite different, right? We have it more labeled, we have it more structured compared to what it is used in industry, right? So this is a big problem because again, how many of you know about data sheets or have ever touched a data sheet about any equipment? 1, 2, yeah, this is low number. Okay, so you guys know, you guys might be knowing about register maps, right? So the data sheet provides you a description, but then you'll have to tell about that to someone, right? You'll have to explain it to people who might not have touched those data sheets, and then it will take time, right, to make them understand. Or if you have a better skill at communicating those ideas, then that's a good, but then again, everyone is not good with it. So that is a backlog, and AI needs some context, and data sheets are good at providing technical context, but not to everyone, right? So that is a barrier that needs to be broken down. And in plants, data is again these legacy machines. Everything is behind those legacy machines and those protocols, right? Every new builder or vendor reinvents the wheel from scratch, yeah, for all their machines or production equipments they produce, right? They have their own gateways and protocol converters and everything, which you'll have to buy to integrate those machines with your existing systems. Or you'll have to ask someone to create a custom solution that might or might not help your workspace, right? So this is what pain looks like, right? Because I know this is what it looks like. So if you see here, is it visible to everyone? Right? Right. So there is a SCADA application which helps you monitor what's going on. It shows you all the values from all those equipments that are connected. Now, this software talks to those legacy machines. So I come from a EV battery charger background. So I mentioned here BMS, which is a battery management system. And then there are meters. These meters are energy meters. So they tell you about your DC energy consumption, AC energy consumption. And then there are inverters. These can be your regular home inverters or your battery energy storage systems, the bigger ones, which generally corporations use, right? So when you talk to these machines, they give a quite numerical or a hexadecimal data, which you'll have to post-process and make sense of it, okay? For this, you'll have to write your own scripts, which translates these data to a data which is more sensible, which tells you more meaning, what's really happening, right? For example, I have here, let's say I have a BMS here. So it talks over CAN bus. So CAN bus is again another communication protocol, which is a standard in the industry, right? So it has a structure where you have a message ID and then a DLC, which tells you about the size of the message, and then 8 bytes of data. And these 8 bytes contains data based on the manufacturer. So manufacturer has the freedom to alter, and no one has a standard for this, right? And no one uses a specific way of describing what data goes on what bits, right? Generally, communication protocols have, but here they have the freedom. Freedom is good, but it sometimes sucks. So yeah, you'll have to get a data sheet. So in technical terms, it's called a DBC, which basically describes what each byte and bit means in that data. And then you'll have to use that to convert these logs into meaningful data. And then you'll have to scroll through the whole log, which is sometimes 50 MB files and thousands and thousands of lines. And I hate Mondays where someone sends me an email saying, please check this log, what has gone wrong? And I hate scrolling those Excel sheets, right? And I don't know if it's visible, but there's a small screenshot of a chat, and this is from my workspace. Someone on a random Tuesday texted me what is 543 from someone from the shop floor. Shop floor is where all the machines are. What is 543? They were, I think, checking some data on it. So they didn't have a data sheet. So I was like, I think it's something that's provided at register 5001. He asked, what is 5001? And then I too had no clue. I just remembered from my memory. So I said, I'll have to check the data sheet, and it all became a little convoluted then. But then here we have OPC UA, which helps solve this problem. And we'll have Ritesh Sharma help you understand that better. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Abid, for providing the context. Let's have a show of hand. How it has the mechanisms that it provides is first is data exchange, which is of course the very basic thing that it has to exchange data. Okay, then on top of it, it provides security, which no other hardware level communication protocol provides. Like nothing goes beyond CRC checks. That's all. That's the have events and alarms, which is quite important for the have events and alarms, which is quite important for the industry, that you need to know what are the events happening on the shop floor, what are the alarms if anything is going wrong, and then historical access to. So for enterprise level, it makes more sense to have historical data also, so that they can see what has happened throughout the day or throughout the month. And then there are like function calls, APIs day or throughout the month. And then there are like function calls, APIs for calls. Okay. So let's talk about OPC-UA nodes. So how this particular protocol does it is that it has this information modeling that I was telling you about. So it has nodes. It is just like classes and objects in your object-oriented designs. Okay. So each node would have a node ID, its browse name, display name, and then certain attributes which includes its units or its range or how it would be or some description about that particular variable. And in combination, these things make this protocol a lot more useful, not just in the context of like in the our past context of how factory works, but how AI can be integrated into the factory. Because now we don't just have the data, we have metadata along with it. So now the data would make more sense. And then we have types of nodes, which is just simply like you can correlate it to classes and objects, what you would do in normal object-oriented designs. Okay, so you have objects, variables, it's just objects and data, then methods, functions. Okay, object types and variable types, these are nothing but abstract objects and variables. Okay, and then you have references, how everything is connected to each other. So that relationship is called references. Okay, and then you have OPC-UA address space. So each node in a OPC-UA protocol lives in an address space, so it can be related to from one form to the other. Okay, so everything starts. So if it is a factory, obviously the basic class would be a factory. Then you will have production line, and production line will have various machines. Okay, and then those machines will have variables which are the values that you're reading from somewhere. For example, he gave you example of a battery management system. So that gives you voltages, then current that is in the battery, then you would get SOCs. Okay, so things like that. The variables which are actually getting read directly from the factory floor. Okay, so the application, whatever application it is, even if it is a SCADA application or enterprise level application, it is just browsing those data in this structured tree form, and then it becomes easier to browse the data and just make sense out of it. Okay, so like even if it wasn't about AI, still OPC-UA is very important for the industry, and this is a comparison chart. So the legacy protocol, they just give you the data, okay, and that too in hexadecimal form, because none of us are from automotive background here or automation background, so I am assuming that none of you understand what a hexadecimal number would look like, okay, but we do it day to day. So it is quite surprising for the other people to see us that when we just look at the 3-4 bytes of data and just make sense out of it, because we have repeated it so many times that we can do the decimal to hexadecimal conversion in our mind. But it doesn't make sense to a lot of people. You just have to spend a lot of time on that. But OPC-UA solves it. It doesn't give you data in terms of hexadecimal numbers which don't make sense at all. It provides unit, what is the value, what's its unit, what its meaning, any description along with it, then what's the quality of the data, at what timestamp it came. But other legacy protocols don't give you that. Then you have data security, as I told you about. Then data access, I am repeating it, that it is giving you, from factory floor to enterprise level data access. Then interoperability. Now this is a big pain, that when you have things from different vendors and you want to integrate it. So before this, most of our job was about if a new machine is coming, we have to write a gateway for it to get that data at least to our cloud, so that somebody sitting up high can look at the data. Okay, and then we have integration. So there you have to do a manual mapping. So when I'm saying we have to design the gateway, so we have to actually, for similar kind of machine also, we have to write a new code, because then we have to do manual mapping of all the registers and everything. Okay, but here it solves it by auto discovery. So in our solution, OPC UA is there. We are using one of the open source libraries, only Open 62541 protocol library is there. But what we have done is we have integrated those legacy devices or legacy protocols with OPC UA code every time. You can just, if a new machine is coming, you just have to one time generate a like schema for it, which is in JSON format. Okay, so to what register you have to read and where it goes, just that mapping you have to do, and you just have to change that JSON file. Okay, that also, for that also there is a tool. And just integrate a new machine or new protocol with OPC UA, then OPC UA upwards, everything remains same. Nothing changes beyond that. So how it works is, first is southbound device layer interaction. Okay, so which is our step one, that first you have to make that JSON layer that we have, like you have to provide from where the data is going to come, what is going to be its unit, what is going to be its description. That is just one time job. Once you are done with that, then this tool runs its own scheduler, okay, and polls the data continuously. Time also you can decide at what time you want to poll the data. Then you have this OPC UA northbound architecture. So everything now talks, when everything is on OPC UA, that onwards, everything, so now you have 1 to n. So n can be any number of machines from level 0 to level 5. Okay, so that interface you can do. Okay, so in a way, the context, so before this, that slide that was there, that infographic was there, which Abid had talked about. There he talked about the pain. Okay, so pain, probably only 2 of us or maybe 4 or 5 of our colleagues here would understand that pain, but it is there. And this particular tool changes that, that whole thing by providing context to the data. Okay, so now Abid will take over and tell you more about it, how it has helped us in designing everything faster and making everything like solving the pain that we had.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Ritesh, for the explanation. Right. So you guys remember the slide I showed you earlier, which had just number. I have a section of it here. So this still shows the same canned data there, right? It still does not make any sense. But the JSON object on top left there makes a little sense, right? Like I have, it tells me that I am trying to read the voltage of the battery pack, what voltage it is, what's the data type, what's my unit that I am using. Again, unit is another pain that we have to go through every day, because every vendor changes the unit they publish their data in. Right? Someone might be publishing their values in millivolts, someone volts. It just changes. It keeps on changing, and then you'll have to scale your data every time you try to integrate a new machine. That's a lot of integration, and that takes a lot of time, right? So with this, we can skip that part, right? So for example, a common problem that I faced earlier was when we switched to a newer supplier, which sent us the machine for configuring these BMSs, was that it had a certain way of communicating with the BMS, right? Let's say supplier A. So they used the Modbus protocol for communicating their high-level data through the BMS to the system, right? So I had to make a middleware for this communication, and then halfway through the year, business plans changed and the requirements changed. So the machine had to be changed. So this program was shifted and a new program was launched, and then new machines came in. Everything was same except this communication layer and the way the data was transmitted. So this whole existing software which could have been used had to be rewritten with all these changes. That was time consuming. But then if we switch to OPC UA, we can have the vendors supply a gateway. So now, today also, vendors do supply a gateway for their conventional systems. But those gateways are again a bit too boring or too hard to use, right? A very common problem is drivers they ship their software with. They either work or they don't. You'll have to write your own driver, make your own gateways and everything. And then they only provide softwares for Windows. I don't use Windows. And then I'll have to write everything from scratch. And then that again takes a week of time, data sheet reading and everything, right? And nothing works in the one shot. Something breaks and then rework and rework and rework and then there it is, right? So that is again troublesome. So switching to OPC UA will have us have a standardized way of communicating with all these machines and through our softwares. The modern generation softwares and the legacy machines communicating in a seamless way where a developer would not have to write the same legacy old system again just because some vendor thought, okay, I'll write this data this way. Nah, I like it this way. नहीं, मुझे तो decimal से 4 point चाहिए मेरे को ऐसे. So this saves a lot of time there, right? What this improves, the protocol burden. Now, the register maps, the scrolling through register map part. AI does this job. If I pull up this page from my data sheet and give it to some AI model and ask it to write me a driver, simple driver for that, it does it. But the problem is, it does not implement it end to end. I'll have to change a lot of things. And if somehow it writes it from the data sheet, like I've tried Claude to help me write this driver for this some X machine. Now the problem that comes here is, these data sheets the vendors provide are translated. All these machines are Chinese and they still contain text which are text characters which are either Chinese or some gibberish word which does not really make sense. And like as humans, AI also doesn't understand when you are not very clear with it. So that problems again troubles you a lot in all these automation and factory flows and anything hardware or embedded, because these translated data sheets are a bit tricky to work with. Because if you don't have a context of what this device actually does, you'll have a hard time figuring out what this specific register tells you about. For example, there was this device inverter I was working with. It had a data sheet and the register had a name, Bitlism. Now what does that mean? I have no clue. And I cannot talk to the vendor directly because they talk in Chinese. I don't know Chinese. I'll have to use some translator. Now the translator converts it to something. I don't understand what it's being translated to because they use line chat and some other Chinese applications. And then it does a translation on its own. But when they send me a text and I read that translated English, it is hard to understand what they're saying. Like, imagine you getting a random text at 3 a.m. This do okay. Like I asked, what is Buddhism? He said, this do okay. What does that okay mean? What is this telling me about? I have no clue. I have to just go to the machine, plug it in, try some ooga booga, and then, oh, it just tells me that the slide is on. All this pain to just see this green light is on, it is troublesome, right? So if this legacy protocol had some other way of telling me this, yes, this does this, or had a standardized way of informing you what this particular machine or this register or this section of this subsystem is doing, it would be quite easier. You'll not have to talk to some other guys. Like I was at OSSI India 2-3 days ago, and there was Linus there. And the only problem in his 30 minutes of speaking, the only problem he mentioned was the problem of working with people, right? When you are trying to work with people, communication becomes a gap sometimes, and that is a bigger barrier to cross. And then in automotive and embedded systems, where all the manufacturers are primarily Chinese, it is difficult, right? So that is a problem which OPC UA solves, because when you have a gateway which is standardized and everyone is using OPC UA and you get a JSON data every time your machine does something or periodically writes that data, you will understand. Because in that previous slide, I just have a look at it. I see the first word there is battery pack and voltage, and then I can make sense. Okay, this tells me this is the voltage of the battery pack, right? It is quite easier. I'll not have to go through this 0002 C, what is C? And then go through the data sheet, do all the conversion, and then, nah, that does not work, right? So the protocol burden is removed. You get a simpler, easier access to everything that your machine tells you about. And in today's world where we love tracking everything, we love stocking everything, knowing about what your actual machine that is making you money is quite important, right? And then semantic. Then again, another problem which was quite prominent when I switched from academia to corporate was talking to program managers. This is not fun. I hate that thing. Because when you are working with the program manager, he has a management background and you have a technical background. And that is a huge leap, because they will not understand what you're trying to say. You'll have to say it in a specific way. That does make sense. In layman term, dumb it down, right? Sorry to any program managers out there. I don't mean it. But yeah, so when you change the language to try to convey your idea, they'll understand. But then, by then, the business idea would have changed, and then you'll have to again explain some data sheet or something. With this, you can just send them an endpoint, or maybe you can create your own web page or something and then ship it to them. You can have your local server which is running a OPC UA client. You'll get the data, and they can query it. Something like ChatGPT, you use it every day on your browser, right? They can have their own ChatGPTs of their factories or workshops, right? They'll get to know what their machine is doing. And then there's engineering impact. Now this integration part takes a lot of time. That takes a lot of brain power to actually go through these data sheets and then understand what's really happening and make a converter, a translator, or a gateway, for example, right? It takes a lot of time and effort. So that skips that. Right, so these are the milestones. We are at milestone 2. We have a simple agent that does our job, right? So time is almost up. Time is up. So we can talk about OPC UA later. You can see this small demo of it here. So you see the scheme of it, how each node is described here, right? And then there is a simple Olama chatbot that I fired up for communicating with the data, what that really makes, what it makes sense. So there's this client fired up, OPC UA client fired up. It is a graphical interface for you to see what's happening with your data. It shows you all basically the JSON format in a more GUI way, right? So you can have all your parameters, or let's say, for example, the cell voltage and motor current here, which tells you about that machine specific parameters, right? So that's there. I'll skip through it a little.
Yeah, so here we are just trying to show that now it's not just a number. There is a whole lot of context around it. What's the value, how good is the data, what are its units and description. And then the next part that he told you about, that now the operator can simply ask questions. He doesn't have to make sense out of the data by himself. He can just ask questions to the AI agent, and this AI agent will look at the data, give its like first impression of the data, what is high, what is low, what alarm is there, and then it will also provide actionable recommendations that what can be done for it. So the bring up time for an operator becomes very fast. You can get someone from like a noob to an expert level very quickly, because now expertise is not required from him but from the chatbot or the AI agent that he is talking to, and things are running real time, everything is making sense in real time, and that just solves a very like old problem in automation, that making sense out of the data. Data is there, all the sources are there, crunching like billions of data points per hour, per minute also, but then that data wasn't making any sense in terms of numbers and hexadecimals, but now you have an like solution where same thing can be done very quickly. Yeah, so that's it. We are open to contribution. If somebody was there from automation background, if you know someone who can contribute in terms of protocols that they can add to it, or simply documentation of it, or if somebody can stress test it and find the bugs, they can do that as well. Link to the repo is here. So currently it's in a very early stage. We are going to make a lot of changes in coming time, but what it is right now. So yeah, that's all from us. Thank you everyone for listening to us. I hope we could give you introduction to a tech that you might probably not have known if it wasn't for this event. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? There we are.
I will talk after this.
Thank you so much, Ritesh and Syed, for a truly insightful talk. It's always interesting to see how open source creates impact far beyond technology. And speaking of impact, technology often becomes truly interesting when people begin to use it in unexpected, creative, and wonderful conventional or unconventional ways sometimes. Our next speaker has been a software freedom activist and an OpenStreetMap contributor since 2016. Over the years, Contra has been deeply involved in community-driven mapping and in promoting the idea that knowledge, infrastructure, and technology should remain open and accessible to everyone. Please join me in welcoming Contrapunctus for how OpenStreetMap assists my weird lifestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round for our next speaker.
In case you need this, long press to switch on and off.
Good morning, am I audible? Yes, sounds like it. Please give me a minute as we fight with HDMI for the 100th time. Could anyone please connect my laptop to the charging power or something? Sorry. Will this reach? Oopsie. Oh, let's see. Oh dear. You know what? Let me. Yeah, it's charging. I'm not sure how to mirror it. Rather,
use Windows plus P to mirror it.
no, that's okay. I need to extend it to the right, extend it to the left, something. That's not. That's the thing. I'm not seeing a way to extend to the left, extend to the right. Huh? What just happened? Bro.
If you have the slides, you
No, I need to demo from the laptop itself. Interesting. Is that how it works? What is this? What a mirror. I don't want to replicate that. Perhaps. Bro, what a. Where is the. Oh, is that. Interesting. Huh. Oh. What is that? Is that how it. Oh. This might work. So, now if the resolution could be better, because I'm not sure how this works. Interesting. Let's apply that. I really wish there was a better way to do this so we don't waste the audience's time, but I can't think of it. Oh boy. But we're almost at the home stretch. Yay. Okay. Does this work? It does. Finally. Good morning. My name is Kashish, and I am a software freedom activist. I like to think of myself like that, but I'm not sure why everyone's calling me Contra. That's kind of my nickname, but it's okay. So I am a newly out trans woman. My pronouns are she, her, and I like programming, and I like the family of languages a lot. And in the past, I've been a guitarist, a composer, a lot of other things. But I've always been interested in art and in tech and in activism. So how many people here use Google Maps? Okay, quite a few people. Great, even I do. So sometimes. So I think I should take this off. Okay. I personally avoid what I call restricted software, or what we call closed source software, or I prefer to use what we call Azad software, open source software, Swatantra software, and because the freedom is the important bit. If you're not running free software, you cannot inspect it. You don't know what it does on your phone or on your device. You don't know when it will be gone because you don't have the freedom to share it. You don't know when it will vanish. Has anyone heard of the don't stop killing games thing? Yeah. We don't need that if we have free software, the freedom to distribute the software and the freedom to fork the server, make our own version. Even if the publisher shuts down, we can still have our software. So yeah, we need that transparency. We need to be able to trust that the software will be around. We need to be able to trust that the software, nobody can add something to it that we don't want. And we have the freedom to fork it, make our changes, remove anti-features, add features we want. This is important. It's not just for programmers, it's for everybody, or so I believe. So I think closed source software should not exist, basically. And yeah, we should only be running free software. So today I am talking about OpenStreetMap. And how many of you know about OpenStreetMap? Okay, quite a few people. How many have used it in an application or something? Okay, great, cool. So OpenStreetMap is a map which anybody can edit. You can think of it as the Wikipedia of maps, and but unlike Wikipedia, it is way easier for anybody to contribute to it. If you can use a phone, you can contribute to OpenStreetMap. And just like freedom respecting software, similarly OpenStreetMap is freedom respecting data. You have the freedom to share it, modify it, study it, and the freedom to use it for any purpose, which you will not get from any, let's say, Google Maps. If you're using it for an application, you have a lot of strict conditions on what you can do with it. That is not present with OpenStreetMap. And again, that means the community is in control. We are the owners. If you understand Hindi, किसी और की दादागिरी नहीं चलेगी. That is the whole point of free software and free data. And really, instead of thinking of it as a map, I want everyone to think of it as a database. It's a digital model of the physical world. That's a much better description of it, to be honest. So what we can do with it is obviously navigation. Can anyone think of any other things we can do with such a model of the world? Ideas, anything? What can we do with OpenStreetMap, with this data? Just go for it, tell me. Yes. But what kind of applications, what can we do with it? What applications? Yes, tell me. Yes, you can search for businesses and so on. You can query the database, obviously. Yes. Anything else? Okay. So let's see. One of the big things for OpenStreetMap is the humanitarian aspect. So this is one of the many organizations that uses OSM for humanitarian work. It's called HOT, Humanitarian OpenStreetMap Team. They're kind of a big NGO, and they do a lot of activities all over the world. This is their website. You can check it out later. And so games is another one. If you go on the OSM wiki, you can check out all the games that are using OSM. One of the most famous ones is Pokemon Go. That uses OSM data to figure out which Pokemon you will get where. And another one is called Flight Gear, or even Microsoft Flight Simulator. Both of them these are both flight simulators, and they use OpenStreetMap data to render buildings, etc. as you fly around through the world. Flight Gear is open source. Microsoft Flight Simulator is not. So what else? Oopsie. Yeah. So that's the kind of things we can do with it. And also map, we think of map as something 2D, but OpenStreetMap also has 3D things. So you can really render a 3D world, as you can see from Flight Gear and those examples. So OpenStreetMap is what I use most of the time, and 90% of the time you'll find me pouring in my phone and just trying to either looking at the map or trying to improve it. It's just that addictive. So I use these 3 applications for just as a Google Maps replacement. So let's look at this is CoMaps. It's a native application for Android and iOS. You can see this is the oopsie. Oh, bugger. Yeah. So these are the 3 applications I use: CoMaps, OSMAN, and OSM app. And yeah, so this is everything you see from here is OSM data. So this is the metro map in Delhi. This is car navigation, pedestrian navigation, metro navigation, all that stuff. And this is OSMAN. When I need more features than CoMaps, then I reach for OSMAN. You can see it has digital elevation model allowing you to have terrain models, and you can combine that with satellite imagery. In the middle one, you can see that is terrain model combined with satellite imagery. These are both in Himachal Pradesh, where we are looking. And then OSMAN also has bus routes, share auto routes, all this stuff it has, again from OSM. So it's useful for all that. Okay, another application I use is called mapcomplete.org. That is, I use it for ratings, reviews, and menu photos. We'll have a look at it further in the slide. This is, oopsie. Yeah. This is actually OSM app, and it's showing the indoor map of a mall in Thane. Again, some contributor added it, I don't know. And I use it for sharing links when people don't have CoMaps, OSMAN, etc. And so because I'm reliant on these maps, I am mapping wherever I go. And oh, interesting. So where are we here? This is basically a website that shows you where you have mapped, what parts of the world you've been and mapped in. So it seems like it's going to take a while. Let's move ahead. So yeah, anything I'm interested in, I'm mapping all the time. Like when I was in Madurai, I needed to find a hotel, so I went around to a few different hotels, asked for the price, and I added that to OSM as well. Any restaurant I go to, I'll add menus from that. I'll try to rate hotels, etc., just to help other contributors, other people out. And often it happens that I'm like, oh, who added this? This is useful. And then it turns out that was me. Or maybe that was my friend, one of us. Happens quite often. It's fun to see. So one of the weird things about me is that I prefer to use cash, not electronic payments. Can anyone say why electronic payments are bad? I know it's in the fashion, nobody's probably ever thought about it. Each time you're making an electronic payment, you are basically giving a perfect log of your location, wherever you have been, who you transacted with, probably what you were doing at that time. If I paid at a restaurant, that means I was eating there most probably, right? So I don't like that kind of, I don't like my bank having that kind of information. So cash is much better in that regard, So because I use cash, I need to find ATMs. I need to know which shops accept cash, and all that information we can add to OSM. Why is this not playing? Okay, so this is me adding ATMs in an app called Street Complete. It's almost like a game where you contribute to OSM. So you can see it takes like less than a second to add an ATM or something. Yeah. So another weird thing is that I don't shop online. Same reasons. I don't want a shop having a track of who I am, what I have purchased. No, that's creepy. So I like to buy. Anyone here like soy milk, tofu, or something? Vegan stuff? Probably not. Okay. Again, this stuff is hard to find in India. And if I need to find that, what do? I can add this to OSM. I can actually say this shop sells tofu, this shop sells soy milk, etc. That makes it really easier for some of us, vegan or veganish people. One of my latest interests is makeup. So I've been mapping a lot of makeup shops. And who knows about the BDS list? BDS, boycott, divest, sanction. Yeah, nice. One person knows. So that is a Palestinian-led boycott of companies which are, complicit in the genocide of Palestinians and the occupation of Palestine. So a lot of major brands are on that list, and it's like a global movement of people boycotting these brands and making an effect, basically. So I like to add these brands to places so I can, search for, okay, this shop sells this brand makeup, that kind of stuff I can search on OSM. It's fun to do, okay. Third weird thing about me is that I avoid creating waste. You'll never see me buying plastic water bottles or even accepting plastic or just disposable utensils from shops. I have my own tiffin, I have my own spoon and stuff. I'll use that. I'll give that to them and they'll serve me in that. So drinking water, where I can get drinking water from is a very good information for me, so I add that to OSM. Just when I was traveling from Delhi to Mumbai recently, I added like 30 or 40 drinking water spots across the route at every railway station. Fun things to do. So yeah, water dispenser is useful. Whether a fast food place accepts your own utensils, that you can add that to OSM also. Or whether it provides reusable containers themselves, that's also something we can add to OSM. This is also very handy. For example, we were in Kanpur for mini DebConf, and the hotel did not let us fill from their RO. They want us to buy plastic water bottles, and I was like, hey, there's a water dispenser nearby. Why would I do that? I would just fill my bottles elsewhere. You can see this is probably old and outdated, but I added this many water dispensers in Delhi. And you can see how many I've added in India. That's again probably old. Okay, so like a lot of people, I am a foodie. Again, BDS list means I do not buy from, let's say, McDonald's or Domino's. These are companies on the BDS list. So it's good to map local small chains, small restaurants, etc. Give them more visibility. And obviously having the cuisine helps. You can add that to OSM. Again, I prefer vegetarian food, or if I can get vegan food, even better. So you can add that to OSM as well, and I do. And you can see that I've also added a lot of food photos to Wikimedia Commons. So yep, this is my Wikimedia Commons contributions page. That's in Bangalore, I think. Some is in Gurgaon. Mobile network is not being our friend today. Anyway, loads and loads of photos over there. And these are all linked from OSM. Any OSM application which supports Wikimedia Commons, they can show these photos. I'll show you an example a few minutes later. So, okay. You can see this is what it looks like. I can telco maps to show me what places are there to eat nearby, and yeah, it will show me a list, or I can show them on the map. Quite similar to Google Maps. This is Map Complete, which I mentioned earlier, where you can see this is a photograph I added to Wikimedia Commons. It's showing, and this is my rating and review of the place. I added a photo of the menu, which is a common thing a lot of people want to know about for OSM. Can we add photos of menus and stuff? Interesting. Cool. I believe time is up, and we will wrap up right here, or try to anyway. So I think in winding up, we can. I would recommend that you use OSM yourself. Stop giving your data to the creep Google, and stop letting them stalk you. Have something more privacy respecting, and you can use OSM through these applications. Good time to take a photo. All done. Okay. How many people here want to contribute to an open source project? Okay, a few people, lovely. So these are great projects to contribute to each time. Check out this, it will be here on the OSM India Mastodon. I'll just post it there. Cool. Or you can join us in the XMPP channel and we'll let you know. Okay, thank you all. Thank you.
Let's once again hear it for Contrapunctus. Thank you for that engaging session and for showing us how OpenStreetMap can become so much more than just a tool. It's always refreshing to see technology through a deeply personal lens and to be reminded that sometimes the most interesting use cases are the ones nobody planned for. Our next session shifts from maps and individual experiences to something that shapes much of the open source ecosystem itself. That is governance, ownership, and the future of shared technology. Our speaker for this session is Sagar Uttekar. Sagar is a site reliability engineer at CrowdStrike, a CNCF ambassador, and a Docker captain. Beyond the certifications and titles, Sagar is deeply involved in building resilient platform architectures and strengthening container security guardrails. He is also a passionate community builder, co-organizing the Docker and CNCF Pune chapters, mentoring local engineering talent, and helping grow communities around open, collaborative technologies. Today, he'll take us into an important conversation around who shapes the future of open source platforms and what it means.
You have to speak louder also, no? Otherwise you can use this. Speaker louder. Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Can you help me to extend it? Ex- I want presenter view for myself and then okay, thank you. Namaskar Mandali. Hello, good morning. Okay, so I thought, I really wanted to stand for the next Pune election, or at least for my local village Sarpanch election. That's why I'm trying this out. But looks like you're not happy for me. So let's do a small activity. After this, we are going for the lunch. But for the next 30 minutes, I want you to be more engaging and more energetic. Okay? Can you stand up for me, everyone? Okay, I have a good chances that I can become a mayor or something, or at least a sarpanch. People are listening to me. Can you raise your left hand? Left, okay. Can you raise your right hand? Can you sit? And one more time, can you please stand up? Okay, people are not listening, so that's okay. Thank you very much. Let's start. So my name is Sagar Utekar. I'm currently working at CrowdStrike as a site reliability engineer. How many of you know CrowdStrike? For good things. You know, for the blue screen issue, obviously, right? Yeah, so I also joined CrowdStrike after that. So I did not had any hand into that issue. And many of the times when someone says, we don't know CrowdStrike, that's how I introduce. That's a blue screen issue company. You might be there at the airport, you got stuck. Pardon, I was not there that time. I could have avoided that issue. I'm also CNCP ambassador. I'm Docker captain. I lead Docker Pune and CNCG Pune. How many of you attended Docker or CNCG Pune meetups? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's connect after this. I did not know that many of people are still not aware about the Docker and CNCG Pune chapter. We host monthly meetups, but I won't do a lot of promotion about my chapter here. I want to move for the next thing. So, क्या हालचाल है पुणे? आज एक मस्त स्टोरी बताने जा रहा हूँ. सोचो तुमने प्लान किया है that you want to buy a house in Pune. Have you dreamed about this? Okay, good. You plan to buy a house in Pune and ज़मीन किसी और की है, okay? You gave them some amount of money because you want to buy a house. And एक दिन landlord आता है and suddenly tells you some different rules. He don't want to give you your house. Complete change into the rules. Will you be okay with that? So if you are saying nothing, which means you are okay to give money to your landlord, right? Okay or not? There are only two options, yes or no? No, right? Because पैसे झाड़ पे तो उगते नहीं है, right? So that's what happening in open source world as well. There are some of the companies have done these kind of things, of course, they were not asking for money, but changed the rule suddenly over the night. And that's my today's topic about the battle for the commons, open governance, and sovereignty inside the cloud native computing foundation. I hope my screen is visible for all of you. Yeah. So let's talk about some of these incidents happened in the past. So जो तुम्हारा सारा cloud जो infrastructure है, you deployed that using Terraform. Terraform तो पता होगा? Yes, right? So you deployed your entire infrastructure using Terraform, and in August 2023, HashiCorp आके बोलता है कि okay, we want to change the license from MPL to BSL. एक रात में license change, you did not had any say into that license change, but you are the user. Some of you might be the contributor for the HashiCorp and the Terraform, right? But we did not get any say into that. Why? Then there is another company, Redis. Redis ने same चीज़ किया. Redis did change their license in March 2024. Redis moved future releases to SSPL and RSAPL. Redis ने बाद में for Redis 8 they changed the license to more open governance format. AGPL v3, which was good correction after doing so much of damage. But the lesson here is the same. If one vendor like a HashiCorp or Redis can change license once, they can always change it every day, because it's a one vendor who is controlling that power, right? And that's why I wanted to stand for the election. There should not be only one mayor all the years. So if I stand for the election, can you give me the vote? Okay, at least one vote, that's okay. That's a good progress. So the question here is that, क्या तुम्हारा architecture बस एक promise पे टिका है based on the HashiCorp and the Redis is giving to you? Are there any options available who go with the open governance model? So what is the open governance model and how you can choose open governance model? So तुम बोलोगे, I'm an engineer or I'm a student, why should I care about governance, license, and who is creating a new fork or who is creating new Terraform? Why should I care about that? Please trust me, this is my story. When I was working in one of my previous organizations, we were using Terraform, and one night Terraform, HashiCorp changed the license for the Terraform, and as a user company, we did not wanted to get into vendor lock-in situation. So many of companies moved their infrastructure from using Terraform to OpenTofu. That's an alternative for Terraform. Have you heard about it? Yeah. So ultimately, as an engineer or future engineers, it is going to affect you a lot if you are not aware about these things. So जो YouTube पे बताया जाता है, they create a 10 hours video for the Terraform. They don't tell you about the license. They don't tell you there is a new thing which has replaced Terraform already, or there is a new project which is there to replace the Redis, right? Because this is your duty to be aware about these kind of things, licensing, who is owning the licenses of the project which you are using. We think that Terraform is open source. We think Redis is open source because someone else told you that. And I am here to break all those myths and help you to be a better SRE or DevOps engineer, or in general engineer. So you should ask some of these questions for all the projects which you are using. Kubernetes, do you use? Docker, Terraform, What else? I'm not saying all the hands up. So are you guys from different background, like software engineers who don't use CNCF? Yeah, could be possible. So for all those projects, even for Java, even for Python, you should ask these questions. Who owns the trademark, right? Who are the contributors for that project? Who controls the release process for that project? And can one company make a decision for that project to change the license over the night? For all the projects, whatever you are using or the languages you are using, you should ask this question. Go back home and ask this question. Who owns the trademark? Who controls the registry? Who can take the control of the release process and all? So I have been talking about governance model, but there is a huge confusion between what is open source and what is source available. Huge difference. So let's clear the air. Source available is different from open source project, right? And when we say source available, it comes with licenses of BSL, SSPL, RSAL, all of those. The code is free to available, but you can only use the last open source version available for that project. And open source is really, really different. So open source comes with a MIT license, Apache 2.0 license. It is free to use. You can modify, you can distribute a new version of that project. You can compete as a vendor for that project, but there can't be one single entity who can control that project. So I'll be honest with you. Now with the ChatGPT and Claude, when I create an open source project, it automatically adds the licenses. And I was really not worried about what are the licenses that ChatGPT or Claude was adding to my project, right? Have you done that? Or do you see what are the licenses ChatGPT or Claude adds? No, right? Okay, one person thinks about it. And this is why it matters. Are you making your source code available for general people? Or are you making your entire project open source for people? If you want only the code to be available and rights to be reserved for yourself, you can use these licenses like BSL, SSPL, or RSAL. But if you want to make your open source project open source, you should go with a MIT license or Apache 2.0 license. There, you are giving a right for all other users to use your open source project. They can modify it. They can create a new distribution for your project. And after that, you don't have a right to say on a social media platform, this person copied my project. This was my project. You don't get that right. Okay? ऐसे बहुत बार होता है, and I have seen those social media fights कि one of the enterprise company made their project open source at KubeCon India. Do you know what is KubeCon India? If not, we can connect and discuss. तो वहाँ पे they announced KubeCon India में they announced that their project is going to be open source. People can come, create a PRs, good PRs. They should give a star. They should fork their project. They should give a star. They should fork their project. And as an open source person, I can sense from 1,000 miles what's their goal after 2-3 years. This is what they want. The growth, VC funding enables that we are open source, and they want a strategy, they want a massive adoption for the project. That's how they will get into the CNCF. CNCF has the different stages. You submit your project as a sandbox, it will go into incubating, and then it will become so popular. It will be a graduated project like a Kubernetes, Helm, or Argo CD. That tool becomes the industry standard, and ecosystem forms around the core project. Now, I'm an advocate for the cloud native. I run Docker and CNCG Pune communities. And similarly, maybe for the new project which I told you, some of people will come together, okay, this is an open source project, we should start hosting a meetup. What will happen? They will conduct more sessions around that project, people will start using it, and after few years, once the project becomes so popular, they got what they wanted, engagement, massive adoption for their project, they will change the license. Same thing happened with the Terraform. It's not a made-up story. This has been happening with a lot of projects. That is why we should go for the governance model. Have you heard about the WordPress? Right? So WordPress is no different. So this is a recent story about the WordPress engine. WordPress is a GPL-based license, the most open license for open source project. But in year 2024, the WordPress founder demanded 8% revenue from WordPress engine. Think about that. Many open source contributors were building this engine, and when they saw that, okay, WordPress engine is getting a good adoption, getting good revenue, now suddenly one day founder wants 8% of revenue of that. So WordPress, since community refused to do that, of course it's an open source and with a collaboration with the community, when people refuse that, WordPress.org blocked WordPress engine from plugin updates and security patches. That's the vendor control. If there is a one person or one company who can control everything, that's what happens. So the lesson here is WordPress is GPL, the most free license, but one person controls the registry, update servers, and the trademarks. What you will do if the registry is not getting the new updates from the community, whatever they are building, you can't do anything, right? So what is the fix? तो इसका solution exactly क्या है? Neutral foundations like the Linux Foundation and CNCF, Cloud Native Computing Foundation. The trademark stewardship owned by foundations like this kind of neutral foundations. The locked license, relicensing becomes the structurally much harder with these locked licenses. For this project, the licenses can't be changed under the open governance model. There is a steering community for all these projects which are under CNCF, and there will be multiple vendors. For the Kubernetes, if you know, there are contributors from Apple, Google. I'm a contributor from different companies. There are thousands and thousands of contributors, and there is a steering committee. So it's not anymore like only Terraform, HashiCorp control the Terraform, just an example, or Redis can control the project releases. So for whatever the projects are there under the Linux Foundation or CNCF, they have created the neutral foundation from the day one for this project. And the shared infra. So like WordPress scenario, now with the shared infrastructure, registries or the updates or the patches will be delivered neutrally by collaboration between multiple vendors. And this is why Kubernetes is harder to rug pull. Apple, Google, you know, right? Google created the Kubernetes and then they gave it to CNCF organization. Now Google can't come back again and say, okay, Kubernetes तो अभी बहुत popular हो गया है, give me my project back. It is not going to happen because of CNCF governance structure. There is a governing board which controls the budget, which controls the marketing for this project, business oversights. There are members included from different organizations, Google, AWS, Microsoft, Red Hat. You can also be part of this governing board one day. There are technical oversight committees for different verticals of this project, which takes care of technical vision, project admission, and elected by the community. So we, as a community, select all these TOCs. like you can vote for me to become a mayor, right? So you are choosing me. End user tab, voice of the practitioners, and there are so many end users like all our companies who are users for the Kubernetes or CNC projects. Now, I want to share a detailed story about what happened with the Terraform. On August 10, 2023, HashiCorp announces Terraform with a BSL license 1.1 and with a no consultation because that's their own project. On August 25, 2023, within 15 days, since HashiCorp changed the license for the Terraform, community came together and created a new version or the fork of the Terraform. That's the power of the community. OpenTofu was announced as a fork of the last MPL code as a replacement for the Terraform. On September 2023, Linux Foundation accepted OpenTofu under governance model, and it has been widely adopted by the entire cloud native world. So this is what I'm wearing is not for the election. This is I got as a what do you say, like a prize or something when I gave a talk at OpenTofu Day Europe. So this is from there. Okay. So under this, Linux Foundation acquired the code for the OpenTofu. They own the trademarks for the OpenTofu. There is a steering committee formed for the OpenTofu. What will be there with the HashiCorp? Of course, HashiCorp has created a Terraform. So the Terraform name will be with a HashiCorp. The registry for the Terraform will be there with them. Existing providers, existing code will be there with them. What happened with the OpenTofu is that OpenTofu created a fork of the open source version of the last Terraform version and adopted by the CNCF. Okay, the next case study is about Redis. Redis to suna hoga, right? Yeah, I'm not saying ki use kiya hoga, but at least suna to hoga Redis. Yeah. So Redis was the best example of community coming together and created a replacement for these kind of the case studies or the problems. So on March 2024, Redis changed the license from BSD to SSPL plus RSAL v2, and it took the free licenses of the Redis. So entire cloud native community came together and created a new replacement project called Valky. Okay, Valky was announced on March 28, 24, and the gap between those two timelines is only 8 days. That's the power. Within 8 days, they created the replacement for the Redis. On March 2025, Redis again added a correction to their mistake, replacing their existing license to AGPL v3. That's a good correction, but again, one vendor, Redis, is going to control the power for the Redis. And now, Valky has been under the Linux Foundation organization. You can contribute to Valky, and it is going to follow the open governance model which we talked about. Okay. So this is the timeline for this acceleration of the neutrality from Terraform to OpenTofu, from Elasticsearch to OpenSearch. There's another case study. So Elasticsearch also did the same thing, and OpenSearch is the replacement for the Elasticsearch. When Elasticsearch changed the licenses and took the ownership from the open source, okay, I think I still have 6 minutes. Yeah. Okay, so for creating the replacement for the Elasticsearch, it took 3 years. Now, after that, community was aware about this can happen again. So for OpenTofu Terraform replacement, it took only 4 months to create a replacement called OpenTofu. And for Redis replacement, it only took the 8 days with a Valky. Okay, I'll skip some of the slides, but this is very interesting story about Kubernetes Gateway API. When Istio, when all the communities around the cloud native came together and provided the neutral solution for the ingress API and created a new project called Gateway API. Okay. So this is the main slide, so I want to focus here. How CNCF project admission actually works. If you want to give your open source project to CNCF, this is how it works. You should adopt Apache 2.0 license. That's a preferred license. No BSL, no SSPL, or any proprietary licenses allowed. Because we have learned our lessons from Redis, from HashiCorp, and Elasticsearch as well. Trademark must be transferred to Linux Foundation and CNCF. No single company will own the name or the project now. The governance, public, documented, multi-stakeholder, and maintainer ladder. Maturity, as I told you, CNCF projects goes from sandbox to incubating and to the graduated state. It's not like it will be open or make it graduated on day one. You need to prove the worth of your open source project. And the diversity. Diversity for maintainers from multiple organizations, for the steering committee, for TOC, and even for the contributors. What are the red flags and the green flags for the governance? Red flags are vendor lock-in risk when single company own the trademark ownership for the project. Someone asked, do you want to contribute for the open source project? These are the red flags you should always check before starting your contribution. You don't know, maybe Elasticsearch will take back there or change the license, and you will keep on contributing for that project saying that, okay, I'm contributing to open source project, but the open source project is not open source anymore if the single company owns the trademark and change the license over the night. Okay, green flags, of course, so CNCF and Linux Foundation hosted projects always choose contribution for those. Trademarks held by foundation, maintenance from 3+ organizations, OSI approved licenses like Apache 2.0, DCO for contributions, and registry governed by the foundations. Yeah, so I want to conclude with this. So here are your takeaways. Source available is not same as open source. I want to repeat it again. Source available on GitHub is not the same as open source. Broad CLAs are a trap. Prefer DCOs for the contributors. Use this sovereignty checklist which was there in the slide. I was not able to cover it due to time. And most importantly, contribute upstream projects for the Kubernetes or the CNCF landscape. Remember guys, the commons only stay common if we actively govern them. You should keep on asking the questions from the slide 1. Thank you so much PuneFOSS giving me opportunity for sharing my experience with the open source project and Linux Foundation governance model. If you have any questions, I'll be here for some more time, so you can free to ask. I think time is up, so thank you. Please vote for me. I'll take a picture. Do you want to come? Do you want to come?
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Once again, a huge round of applause for Sagar. It was a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I think officially we've reached that point when our, our brains shift from cloud architecture to food architecture. मुझे पता है सबको बहुत भूख लगी है and it's almost time for lunch. तो थोड़ी पेट पूजा करते हैं. There are just a few announcements before we break for lunch. After lunch, we have a couple of very interesting sessions, but our highlight session for the day is the panel discussion, which will be right after lunch. And we have a great and epitomic panelist, joining us. We also have CTO of PureList who will be joining us. So make sure you all eat your lunch, get recharged, and join us back. Also, वो जो game आपको दिया है lunch time में, there's a 1 hour lunch. So after you have lunch, you can do that. You can do those tasks. That will help you win a free ticket to India FOSS Bangalore event. Also, so yeah, lunch में network भी करिए and खाना भी खाइए because some of the best conversations happen with the food plate of food, right? So we welcome you once again, and we'll meet you after lunch with the version 2.0. So bon appetit, Pune. Lunch area will be right outside the hall premises. Are there any other announcements? All right. Our volunteers will guide you outside for lunch. It will be outside in the campus area. Thank you. think everyone is. Sir, आपको आना है? Okay. So then we'll directly move to the panel discussion after 5 minutes. Yeah.
It's outside. We have it. Don't worry, it's good. Yeah. Is someone?
Ishan's not.
seems to ask the same question in a different form. What actually continues to matter in software engineering? Frameworks change, trends change, buzzwords definitely change. But some ideas, principles, and ways of thinking continue to stay relevant no matter how the ecosystem evolves. Joining us for this panel discussion, we have an incredible set of perspectives from engineering leadership, startups, developer communities, and hands-on software development. Our moderator for this conversation is Siddharth Shivkumar, Senior Program Manager, Learners Program at FOSS United. With years of experience in developer education and community building, Siddharth has been focused on creating platforms and opportunities that empower technologists and connect people through learning. Joining him on the panel are Chinmay Naik, founder and CEO at 1-N, a long-time software engineer turned founder who brings experience from both engineering and building organizations. Next, we have Yogini Bende, co-founder and CTO at Peerlist, leading technology and product direction while helping build a platform used by developers and creators alike. Following her, we have Ravinder Pal Singh, Director of Software Engineering at Amdocs, bringing nearly 2 decades of experience across delivery, engineering, and customer engagement. And lastly, we have Harsh Tandya, software engineer at BWH Studios, representing hands-on perspectives from the world of software development. This should be a conversation full of practical insights, different viewpoints, and maybe a few opinions that spark some debate. Please welcome our moderator, Siddharth Shivkumar, and all our panelists onto the stage for What Still Matters in Software Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Keep clapping as they come onto the stage. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Do we want to do a quick round of mic checks? If this is okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming to the most fun, most cool conversation for today. And what better time to do this than right after lunch, so please cooperate. I am going to first request everybody on the panel to introduce themselves. If you can keep it to who you are, where you work, and something that the audience does not know you for already. I'll start. I am Siddharth. I work as a senior program manager at FOSS United. Something I guess the crowd wouldn't know about me is that I am an aviation geek. Yogini, do you want to lead?
Hey everyone, I'm Yogini. I'm co-founder and CTO of Peerlist and AutoSend. Long-time engineer. I used to teach before I started developing code. So yeah.
Hi everyone, Ravinder here. Like I said, I think I'm the older one in this whole group. So 20 years of experience working in IT. Apart from that, I'm very passionate about academia, so serving on advisory board for multiple universities across India.
Hi everyone, this is Chinmay. You already know I'm founder, CEO at 1-N. We work on infrastructure, reliability, that kind of work. Something that is outside of tech is I like a game called Age of Empires. It's a pretty old game. It's a strategy game. I'm not sure how many of you know, but that's a very nice game that I still love. That's just a bit about me.
Hi everyone, my name is Harsh and I feel very I'm the youngest person here I think. So I work as a software engineer at a firm called BWH. We work to create software solutions. Before that I was at FOSS United. I was the tech person there, and before that at Frappe. So yeah, we just build great products, I would say. And we run this CA17 course, which deals with education of women, underrepresented women in the state of Chhattisgarh, basically.
All right, thank you so much. And you've got some brownie points for calling out Age of Empire, let me tell you that. But I am pretty sure all of us are waiting to address the elephant in the room and call that word out so many times that we become popular again. But before we get there, the topic for the panel discussion today is what still matters in software engineering. What according to all of you and all of your journeys, I'll keep it open for everybody to say maybe a couple of lines. What according to you has been the change maker in the software engineering world before we got into the sidelines of AIs? Do you want to begin?
Can you explain the question?
Yeah, so there was a time when internet was founded. That was one wave of the software engineering world at least starting to exist, right? And then we're now at a time that there is a system that's able to produce code for us, and that's what we call as the change maker of now, right? What according to you has been another change maker right before the time of AI?
Okay. Before the time of AI,
Yes.
I would say the way deployments were made easy by, say, Warsaw or Railway, and the serverless cloud started happening. So I have seen lots of front-end developers or people who are not really used to how this services work or cloud work. They started having their own websites, and it was super easy. So I remember joining through the FTP network, hosting a website for myself. Then we moved to just git commit and your site is getting deployed over Vercel. So that is something that felt really new, that gave that adrenaline rush before the AI. So yeah, as far as I remember, that is something I think apart from AI, I have felt more excited about.
Awesome.
Okay. Well, for me, it has been phases since I spent a lot of time. Y2K was the start, where we had factory of people traveling abroad just who know how to handle this Y2K. That was the starting point where, after the fall of that era, suddenly skills started to matter a lot. That you cannot do a small diploma and then you can survive in IT now. It's going to change a lot. So you need to have very core basics. If you don't have basics, you cannot survive for long. And by 2008, it was very clear that IT is never going to have a streamlined life. It is going to have peaks and valleys, and when it goes down, only what it can really save is your skill. If you're skilled enough and you're diversified. So my manager many years told me, in a classic industry, you graduate once or twice in your life, a 30 years career. After 15 years, there will be some technology change where banks introduce computerization, and then people have to learn how to use computers. And that is it. Once you learn, you're done till you're retired. But what really happened at that time was, every decade you might have to learn. But now when I look back, I see you have to learn every year, rather every month, because the things are so fast in the nature. And one thing which has really changed how IT has changed is the customers. Customers are very impatient today. I come from an era where November release was the end of the year. And after that, I used to wake up in February, okay, Christmas is gone, New Year started, let's start working on it. But today I work with customers, they're saying, okay, Christmas is Christmas, how about 20th of December? Why you cannot deploy 20th of December? For example, one of the telecom customers says, I have a plan starting today. My other customer will come and say, you know what, I forgot to think about this festival, I need plan by tomorrow. And if you cannot do it, you will fail. So this enabled a lot of technology. A lot of DevOps came into picture because development was always streamlined. We went agile, we could factor it very well, but we were not able to deploy it. So this is how DevOps came into picture. A lot of tools came into picture. We said, we can deploy any time of the day. High availability came into picture. Netflix gives a lot of insights how you can be available all the time. So all this really helped us to evolve. And then when we were ready for this impulsive customers, icing on the cake was AI. It's like, whatever you want to develop, I'll develop it for you. So a lot of things have changed.
Perfect.
I think I'll cover things that they haven't covered. I feel internet itself got everybody in terms of information being available, right? search engines, Google, we all know, it made it accessible, and all you needed was like a computer and internet connection. Then another wave from a mass penetration in terms of everybody knowing computers and being aware of technology was probably smartphones. Right? That changed the game. Like we have more smartphones than number of people on the planet, or there are more IoT devices than number of people on the planet, which is insane if you think about it, right? Like so much accessibility, and it is at the fingertips, and with the rise of telecom and data being easily accessible, more and more people know technology, and then they can leverage the power. So almost like a democratization of tech. And lastly, obviously worth mentioning, and without, it goes without saying, the open source, right? The power of open source and things being developed out there in the open for people to use, collaborate, contribute, critique, and break, if for that matter, right? Like Linux kernel, like so many examples. Like we all are setting in an open source FOSS month, so it goes without saying. Yeah, I think that these are some things that were there before. I think maybe summarizing what I realized is that software is a level of abstraction, right? Like you always go one abstraction over another. And earlier people, we don't have anyone hopefully old enough here, but people used to program in assembly and those kind of languages. Now we are talking in English with AI, and then it writes the work for us. So that's how I think it's a rising level of abstractions. And like Ravindra was saying, our job as engineers is to continue to learn and continue to just keep up with tech. That's what we have to do.
So yeah, I think software engineering as a field is ever changing, right? How things looked 5 years back when I was in college are not the same right now. But what makes a good software engineer, I think, has not really changed in decades as well. I think code has become cheap now, but code didn't really matter all these years back as well. From what the conversations I have had with people and what I have seen in a brief period of my career, I feel software engineering is not just about code, it's about the person and what they bring, right? And that has not changed. It's the communication that the person offers, the planning, that value is what software engineering is basically. It's just that code is very cheap now, so that is something everyone is leveraging. If I speak in terms of education, just because I recently graduated, right, 2 years back, I think AI in that field is not good, in my personal opinion. So, because it gives you that instant gratification, right? A student who doesn't know like anything. If I was in final year, my professor gave me a project for answer, right? And I knew that Claude would do it just in 2 prompts. I would do that, right? If I was not enjoying it. So yeah, in that sense, it gives you an instant gratification that like social media does. So yeah, in that sector is not good in my opinion. But yeah, coming back to the question, right? Software engineering, it's not changed what a good software engineer is.
Right. So we went from some form of file transfer, automation, DevOps, education more specifically, right? And that's exactly where I wanted to head next. You pointed out that code has never been the mode, which is why the open source community exists, and there are different ways of doing things, even if people are using the same piece of code, right? You remind me of the CS17 program. I don't know if the broader audience knows of it. You want to talk about CS17 and draw it parallel to why software engineering and CS17 as a program exists?
Yeah, definitely. So CS17 is a 18-month long diploma kind of a thing. It's a residential program. It is run in the town of Jagdalpur. It's in Bastar, Chhattisgarh. So what we are trying to do is select some girls from like these very rural, very tribal areas, and give them a residence program of 18 months. We'll try everything we can to get them ready for industry, to take care of their education of sorts, right? And when I'm saying we, it's not just PWH, it's Azim Premji Foundation, this Chetna Foundation, who has done the hard work of going and talking to the parents of these young girls, right? And then there's Buster Seva Mandal, who has provided us with their campus. So CS17 has drawn parallels with CS50. I don't know how many of you know about CS50, right? The Harvard course. Yeah, David runs that course, and everyone in our organization is a big fan because we all started from there, and we did not know that. It's just a coincidence that we did. But yeah, that course is very impressive. So we have done the hard work of making all the syllabus. We have studied all the BCom and BCA courses to draft a suitable syllabus that fits in 18 months. And to be honest, I think we got very lucky because all the girls, there's like 14 girls right now, and each one of them is so brilliant. They come from like many varied backgrounds, right? There's a couple of girls who were about to get married after their school because people don't know better, right, in those places. And there's some girls who are not even from mathematics background, they are from biology, but they wanted to do something in like CS field. So it's all very, it makes me happy when I talk about it. So yeah, so if anyone wants to know more about it, it's cs17.org. So you can check that out. But yeah, it's pretty fun thing.
Yeah, in the education space, Chinmay, I was reading a blog by you where you said engineers are rewarded for to know the what and not the why, right? Taking that a little further back into the education space and where people start to learn, I'm sure you've also realized that there's a good enough incentive in terms of marks and grades, in terms of knowing what and never the why, right? If you were still in that position, what would you like to change and how?
I think I am a very pragmatic guy. I feel changing the world starts with changing you.
Okay.
You cannot say, okay, and if you do well, if whatever you're doing works and succeeds, I'm hoping humanity is incentivized or humanity cares for it, and then people will see you guys are doing interesting work. Is there any way we can collaborate and contribute on it? So I don't have any policy suggestions, but I will say generally starts with you. My number one advice for anyone, including myself, is be curious. Don't stop being curious. That's it. Like if you are curious, doesn't matter what topic, what subject. It may not even be com science. It could be biology. It could be aeronautics. Whatever have you. Figure out what you like and just keep doing that. And I think there's some essay by Paul Graham who says, the days are long but years are short, or decades are short. In that way, so you will be surprised how much progress you make in a decade, which you wouldn't even think you would be able to get to that in a decade. So I guess I don't know, maybe a pop-out answer.
That's okay. I'll then maybe bring that question over to the ex-educator in the group. Do you have any memories from when you were an educator? And I don't know if you're still involved there, but are there specific things you would want to make changes to the curriculum to make it fit this world?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I've always felt that the education system currently, I think, even take the example of NEET, which is like very famous today right now in India. We are lacking a lot of curiosity. Even because of this question and answers and mark system, I have hardly seen people getting curious, and AI is just piling up on top of that. Because if it's okay, I don't know how your function works. AI just helped me make that and implement that without me knowing about anything. So yeah, I would definitely love to see how we induce or include more curiosity into learning. If AI is already giving you the power of knowledge that whatever is there you can ask and get answers for, then it's literally a mental blocker for you than changing the system or changing anything else. So yeah.
Right. Before I get you another question, does anybody in the panel feel like AI should not be, like we talk about screen time all the time, right? When kids are growing, you should not be giving them screen time until the age of 6, 5, whatever that you may like. Does anybody on the panel have an opinion that AI as a tool to use, not a subject, as a tool to use should not be introduced in the software engineering curriculum?
See, I have seen cases where, and no offenses to people who are just entering the corporate. You guys, I was using this word, you guys are cloud and AI native. You are AI and cloud native. So during your colleges, you started using it very frequently. thanks to internet and social media, typically Instagram, our span of attention is less than 15 seconds. With this, what really happens is you always look for shortcuts. And George Bernard Shaw has a very classic line which I always use is, when wealth accumulates, humans decay. So there was a time when human used to make these pens that we use in paper. Today, nobody on this earth knows how to make it because some machine in some corner of the world is making it. So it's very important that we have a controlled, or rather very minimal access to no access to such tools. Why? Because then you build the muscle, which is core. I am 100% sure the bubble that we are living today is going to burst. Why? One is cost, second in environment, third is global pressure, then you want foreign LLMs, everything will come into picture, and data is a bot, data is a tool. So there will come a world and we will say, you know what, I cannot use this for everything. I want to go back to software engineering. I will give you one classic example. 2020, I worked for a customer, they said, you know what, my dream is everything on my on-prem should go to cloud. So we started hiring DevOps engineers, everybody, blah, blah, blah. 2 years down the line, they said, you know what, my compute cost, my cloud cost is increasing a lot. I have changed in policy now. 60% will go out, 40% code will stay back in my data centers. Now, who will need? Classic infra guys who can mentor into data centers, and it was difficult to find. Mainframe guys, they are big need today, at least for me. I'm not able to find them. So it's very important that the core remains the same. You should know how to read the code. You should know how to write the code. You should know how to define the problem. So these things will always be required in future. And what really is happening is with these tools is we are losing that exercise and the muscle.
Did you have something to add?
Yeah. So if I speak in terms of CS17, right, we have deliberately decided that no AI, right? At least like right now, there's no AI involvement at all because we wanted to start from the basics, the bare bones. We started from bits, bytes, computer components. We opened a CPU, right? What is a pixel? All those kind of things. Because honestly, I agree that the inherent human behavior is leaning towards being lazy, honestly, and sadly not curiosity. So AI is not a part of that curriculum because of those reasons. So yeah,
you said you've worked with a lot of institutions, educational institutions, and probably the management level, I'm guessing. Have you seen them changing their language? Because every time placements and hiring is the couple of words that are getting used, and they buy in everything that says placement and hiring, right? Do you see a shift there?
See, new education policy is enforcing those changes.
Right.
They are giving freedom to institutes to structure their curriculum because see, it is a pure business. Most of the private universities that they run on a business where you get more students, better placements, next year we'll get better quality of students. And this is a circle. Now, how do I make sure that kids are ready for industry? We always used to call academia and industry gap. So there are a lot of courses which are sponsored by organizations where they specifically decide what I want to do. Second, it is made mandatory for a lot of organizations to take a lot of intern. There's a percentage defined where all the established LLP in India have to take a certain percentage of interns. And when these interns join, they get to know a lot about industry. So this at NEP is changing. Second is, there's a lot of engineering graduate, MBA graduate in the market. What can be a differentiator for me as an institute? One is to make them corporate ready, and second is the startup ecosystem. I'm very happy and proud to see a lot of universities, especially in Pune, working on industry mindset, entrepreneurial leadership, having incubations in their universities. So this is enabling not only people to start their own startups, but also give employment to others. So these changes are happening. Like you said, you'll see this reflections in a decade. But yes, from a classic education where I studied, where curriculum never changed for 18 years, it has started to change every year.
Interesting. I hope more of the government policies also do some good for the state. I don't know if most people in the audience know, but there is a mandate that government institutions, departments should be using open source software, but clearly that's not followed. I think now that we've established that there has to be some change in the education system, we've heard different things of how it's followed in CS17, you being curious to see how changes, you driving that force with working with administration. The thing that comes in line now is hiring. And I'm sure at least for hiring, all of you have some control over that process because you're hiring for your own organizations. Chinmay, to you first. How do you define hiring now for software engineers? And are there specific roles that you've decided not to hire for?
So for us, I think of it like we've published that in our playbook just so that people are aware. Our hiring philosophy, what works for us, why does it work for us, what kind of experience you would get if you join us, etc. All of that we've published in a thing called as playbook. You can see it on our website. But in the sense, what we are looking for, if I were to say is, I think of it as skill and will. Like imagine this to be a x and y axis, right? On x axis you have skill, on y axis you have will. Skill, mostly people understand, you are good with a particular tech, language, programming, whatever, right? That's your skill. And the will is, okay, if you're not good with something, are you interested? Do you inherently have it in you to pick up new things? Or are you more like, okay, I know, say, whatever, pick any cloud provider, pick any open source, I just know this and I am going to just make my career there. Well, nothing sort of wrong in that way, but then it also limits you because technology changes, the base changes, the language, underlying framework, the whole paradigm changes quite a lot. So it pays to be either a T-shaped or a Y-shaped individual is what we call it. So from our side, what we look for is a healthy combination of skill and a will. And in terms of the roles that we don't hire, again, that's I think particularly organization dependent. We work with a lot with cloud infrastructure, back-end heavy engineering. So we look for people who have that penchant for learning those things. We don't particularly work on front-end, web design, that kind of work, so we don't look for those people. But some of our best hires have been people who've moved from front-end to back-end heavy systems. They have learned something from their front-end journey, what good UX looks like, how to design for interfaces, how to make software usable for people. So I believe a lot of backend engineers could learn a lot from that side. So that's been our philosophy, that think for, go for a skill and a will. And obviously communication plays a vital part. Like these days, I tell like software engineering is still a team sport. Right? Like you have to work with team. It cannot be that you are a good individual contributor, but you can't work with other members. It's going to be very hard, right? You have to collaborate with people. So having some good collaboration skills also helps out in that.
Can I also bother you to tell the audience what the T and the pi means here?
Oh yeah, so T-shape means, imagine you are the vertical line in T means you have breadth, you have depth in one topic or one area, and the horizontal line for T means you have a good breadth of understanding of tools. A pie shape would be something that you would want to go to where you have good depth in two areas and you have decent amount of breadth. Usually we start with a maybe I-shaped individual or a very horizontal line, M dash, if you will. But then idea is to sort of go deep into one area because that's your forte, and you know enough about others to not be fooled in some way.
Yogini, for you, I'm assuming the company size for all of you is very different. So Yogini, for you, maybe as a growing organization, what are you looking at right now? Because for most of the startups, I think the objective is to be lean, growing fast, failing fast, all of that, right?
Yes,
most of that, do you think, is also being influenced by AI, or do you still need people to get it done?
No, it has influenced, it is influenced by AI a lot because, so we are a team of 6 people. We are handling 2 products currently, and that needs a lot of perspective shift because we were accustomed to having one team separately dedicated for one single product. It doesn't happen anymore. So whenever I am hiring, I'm particularly looking for the ability to learn something. How, because I have been in an interview where the person is super good, but whenever I'm asking some questions that how this particular thing will get resolved, the answer always comes as I'll ask ChatGPT. So that becomes a little tricky, that what is your learning ability, how much you are able to adapt, because if there is new changes, new technologies coming every month, then I would definitely want my engineers to be okay with that and adaptive towards that. So So that is one. And second, for the most important part for us is empathy towards your customers. How better you really understand the end user who is using. Because I don't know if this happens with Chinmay or not, and particularly even I am guilty of it. But till the moment I didn't work with product directly or talk to the users, I was very, say, arrogant or rude developer. I will just check if my systems are up. It doesn't matter to me if user is able to use it or not. But if you don't have that empathy, then you really cannot build product, no matter if they are able to scale for like millions of users. So these are the two particular things, even after AI, which matters a lot for me, because I think skills can be taught. It's okay if you don't know a couple of things that you can definitely learn, but these two things should be there in any person, even if you're working with AI or not working with AI. This is what I think.
Makes sense. Empathy, yes, any day. How does it look for you, Ravinder? I'm assuming yours is the biggest organization, at least by team size. And there's just so much that you need to do to make a smallest change possible, right? What does it look like for you now to be hiring people or changing that process of hiring altogether?
Yes. So, first of all, there is definitely change in pattern the way we hire. Earlier, everybody, typically service organizations also used to hire in bulk. So there used to be a mass hiring, and in that, you have a structure. You follow, you go for a written examination, you do a GDPI, just to understand if person can talk or not. A very simple interview, just check the intent of the person, whether the will is there. Basics are fine, we'll hire. And then you have your own training academies where you train people and then you distribute. But now, the way the whole world is changing, need for human resource is reducing. So the world niche is coming into picture. And what you bring on the table. And this is also for graduates. Every graduate in any corner of India will have access to these AI tools. They'll have access to the journals or the learnings. So yes, there is a gap in the thought. The way you think, the way you act, and what muscle you have developed. There is no discrimination in terms of availability of information, which makes it difficult for people to follow. One we have changed is, we do a lot of internships. And it is a litmus test. You are put into a system, you are part of a team where you are given a task. If you are doing good, we will say, okay, my recommendation is, after 30% hiring that you are doing, 10% is reserved for interns only. If they are good, let's hire them. So they are already tested, certified, get them onboarded. Second is we go to campuses, but in limits. And our hiring focus is number one, you should be AI literate. You should be using AI tools, but at the same time, no compromise on basics. And the third is mindset. We don't know where you will be placed once you join the organization. That rigidness, like you said, coding is a part of whole software engineering life cycle. I don't know tomorrow where you will be placed. And the success of candidate depends upon where you are placed, how you use that opportunity to go to your North Star. I don't want people who are rigid. That I will only do software engineering. If you don't have this work, I will not do coding, I'll move out. So we try to eliminate such kind of people. Why? Because we're talking about builders these days. LinkedIn has got builders, software builders, which will develop, which will test, which will support from DevOps, and they are also working on solutioning. So such kind of people we need. And last but very important is, what is your niche? A lot of people, I hope everybody has got their own projects. They have their own Git repos. And what is the value out of it? I generally fail to understand. When I personally take interview, I fail to understand why you developed this. You have no idea. Why you developed? Because I thought it should be developed. But did you see the market around? Is it really needed? The answer is no. I thought, then I realized, you don't even open your eyes. Even if I get into your company, you'll become a simple horse who is riding in the direction where you are trained on. So such people will have a tough time in future. So this is how everybody has changed hiring in our organization. One, we have limited the number of people. Second, we want people who are ready to get included in the teams with less training. And third, people who have practical knowledge.
Makes sense. Yeah, the builder and the maker culture, I think, has been rewarded all the time, but maybe is being spoken of more often this time around. And you bring in a very good point that you need to be aware of these AI tools, be a master of them, but not be a slave to them, and just do what they're asking you to do. That's perfect. I want to flip the story also. We talked about hiring, but how do I also stop myself from getting fired, or how do I put myself in a safe zone? In the interest of time, we'll maybe restrict this to 2 answers or 2 people if you want to share it, and if you are okay with sharing it. But as someone, imagine I have about 15 years of experience already. I feel like I've mastered the software skill already and I'm established somewhere. I may be now very worried that AI is going to take my job. What are some things I can do to make sure I'm a little safer?
I would take a shot on it because I do a lot of mentoring also with people who are young organizations also. See, there is no job security left. Okay? If I feel I'm secure for next 1 month, I don't know. But one thing I should be always confident about is my skill set. Keep working on your skill set. That is only assurance that you have for future. One. Second, try to become a pilot as much as you can, because whatever you are best today may not be relevant tomorrow. So what are you doing to become relevant for tomorrow? Only being best today, I have seen so many cases. People are saying, you know what, I was the best performer last year and this year they are saying me, you don't fit in the new organization. Because they have moved to AI. Whatever you are doing can be easily replaced by AI, so they don't need you anymore. Knowledge is already into rack, we don't need you. So how do I make sure I am aware of surroundings, how things are changing, and I am getting myself the skill that is needed. That is very important, and very, very important is storytelling. Trust me, being Indians, we are told, "Arey hum to dikhawa nahi karte." We don't tell our stories, how and what I have done in this organization. This is big problem with big organizations. Thousands of people are working together, nobody knows who's doing what. Certainly when somebody said, you might not be part of the organization, you say, you know what, I developed this, I worked on this, I have this skill set, but who will tell me? So make sure you are branding yourself very well in the organization, that this is the muscle I am building, this is the value I am bringing on the table. And make sure you bring some value on the table. Everybody is paid for what they are doing. They will not get rewarded for it. They will not be safeguarded. People who will be valued is what value, what is the USP you are bringing on the table. Maybe you know what, I was talking to somebody yesterday and I asked him, how you think, being a quality guy, your job will be safe? He said, you know what? I said, what is that? He said, cost. I started reading about cost efficiencies in the world of AI. I am working on the ROI path. I am creating a framework on the ROI so that whenever you start doing adoptions, quality will tell you whether this ROI is a positive one or a negative one. I'll talk about, what value you are bringing on the table. So I said, you are not trained on it. He said, but I have to survive. So this is something I'm doing it. So job stability is difficult, but yes, you keep learning. And by the way, there are opportunity waiting outside also, if you are relevant. So it is not that, you stick to the place, they might not be doing it. For example, if you ask me about my organization, blockchain, we are not working on it. But you are interested, you have the skill, it is better to go out and explore.
Makes sense. I want to shift gears a little bit. We've talked about hiring people, we've talked about employees, we've talked about customers. But you, Yogini, you have a very different experience from the people here. You've done a community-first platform, and you've done a lot more talking to people. I see that you've also been very active in blogging and telling people what you're actively working on. Have you seen any sort of cultural shift in the way people talk, converse on the platform, also what they're asking for as a platform, from the platform that you are building?
I think there is a lot of noise now.
Explain noise. Huh? Explain noise.
So suppose if there are, so we were talking about builders, right? So if there are builders and if earlier 10 people used to build, now that ability is with everyone. So if there were 10 people building, now 100 people are building, 100 people are shouting about their product, but nobody knows why. Only 10 or 15 people knows and still understand that why they are building, what they are building, and exactly that depth. So yeah, I think that particular thing which I have noticed a lot, that whenever users are joining, coming to the platform, they are always telling about what they are doing, but less and less curious about what is happening around them. So maybe this is coming out of insecurities of we might lose the job, so we have something to show, or I should be relevant. So it could be one of that things, but the intent of showcasing your work a lot, that has created maybe some noise and filtering out that who is working on what and what exactly is relevant is really difficult, is what I have noticed overall. But apart from the users, I think on the other side, the customers are very smart and a little impatient as well, because they know that there is an AI sitting while you are developing. So they will also ask that, okay, if something is getting built in a week, can I get it in a day? So these are the asks that are definitely getting replaced. But I think it's a fun way of working around, because that keeps you, that keeps us on our toes, that keeps us building and thinking of different ways of filtering the content, or maybe how we can approach our customers. So both ways, things happen different, but in a good way, of course.
Interesting. Getting into more technical side of this discussion, we've all discussed or maybe mentioned technical debt in some meeting that we've held internally, right? And I think, at least from my perspective, technical debt used to exist in the past because there weren't enough people to do this, or the speed was always the problem. Maybe now technical debt exists because there's just too many people writing code, too many tools writing code, and nobody really understands what's written. Do any of you have any perspective of what technical debt looks like right now, or has your whole software development lifecycle become worse or not? And we'll talk about your specific organization's AI usage policy in the next question. But keeping that aside, have you seen any sort of natural changes happening before you had to put those guardrails, as they call it?
I have seen, of course, there is a AI slop that we would say, that if there is something which is happening, which can happen in, say, 4 line of code, is now there is a whole file written for that. And it starts blocking you when it is going way beyond your control. So yes, the debt is there, the debt is too much. The worst part is that we all are not 100% aware of what is debt and what is required code. But I think the other side of story is clearing the debt is also easier, because again you have AI and which can go and turn around and give you the answers that, okay, out of this might be the debt. So that is one advantage. But yes, understanding everything, that what exactly matters, is it really important, that is something which has changed. And but if there is a speed, then there will be debt. So we have to maybe agree with that equation and move on.
Makes sense. Then I'll open this for all of you to tell me, what specific parts of software engineering or software development lifecycle are you using AI tools for? While it's very obvious to the audience and all of us that you're doing this to generate code, or maybe also do some sort of testing with code or security things, but are there fields outside of the code factor where you're using AI or have seen AI work really well for you and your organizations?
A lot at the discovery stage as well. Instead of asking AI for answers, I like to ask it more questions. I give it open-ended problem statement saying, hey, here is some state of a company that we are going to be working with. Here are some challenges that we are trying to solve. What could be some questions that I should think about? What are some perspectives that I should think about? And again, you see some of the models, they put their monologue, right, internal monologue. That, like, I find that to be more valuable than some of the output tokens, because then they're debating, oh wait, but let me think from a security angle. Oh wait, but then how about cost? Oh, how about compliance? That is something that I have been using AI for in a very unique way, and I don't see many people talk about it, where it makes you aware of all the things that you didn't even think about. So apart from basically code, testing, infra, deployments, customer support, like it's so many things. But I think asking more questions and figuring out more about the problem domain itself, that's something that I am again personally using AI a lot for.
If you look at the software industry, we have big chunk in the service part, which is big chunk is on the service side. So software development will happen, you'll ship the product, it is into production, and then the game starts. Then you have customers who have a lot of changes coming in. And these changes have to go to the system seamlessly. Then a lot of stuff which is ad hoc in nature or something which is scheduled in nature. And for many, many years it was all human driven. Then came a wave of RPA, we said we develop RPA. But RPA is more like, whatever you know, you can give to the system and it will perform it. And there are dynamics also involved which RPA will fail on. And you have a customer which is very impulsive today. One, they are technically enabled more than you, and then they are more demanding. So we were always facing this pressure that production is volatile in nature and we need humans to fix it. Whenever the production will break down, the turnaround time will be very high. So what really has happened with this AI tools is they are enabling the faster recovery. They are enabling us to do a lot of repetitive jobs and with some dynamics smoothly. So a lot of frameworks are available in the market. There are open source available also in the market which help you to handle the part in production. You know, there can be a lot of infra-related stuff which can be done. Cloud has got a lot of operation work which is called cloud ops, which is nobody talking about. We only believe, okay, the moment for enterprise side, you know, the moment I go to cloud, life is fancy. No, it is not. There's a lot of security that comes into picture. There is a lot of maintenance that comes into picture, and nobody is going to pay you for that. So the biggest rescue I have is these tools. They are able to do a lot of stuff which we used to do ourselves, or sometimes we are not even aware of it. So they are able to do it for us. Second is, you know, unknown technical debts that we are getting now. These surprises, we don't know how to fix them, and sometimes they hit the production also in a different way. When I'm enabled with the tools, then again coming to my builder community, typical product organization, I don't want to touch my core team, which is working on, say, future products. I want to enable my current engineer who has good knowledge of the product to handle his customization. So these tools are helping us to do this bug fixing on our own and enabling these builders to manage things on their own. Because SRE as a concept, which started from Google, was used in a lot of companies, but we don't have knowledge. When you talk to an SRE from Google, experience is 15 years, 20 years. But when we talk about SRE, typically in services companies in India, they'll say 4 years, 5 years. Now, how can you compare that? You have a knowledge gap. But thanks to these tools, they have all the knowledge available. You just need to use these tools, enable them, put into the system, and they will fix it for you. And that is one of the reasons that you see there's a shortage of requirement in services. Because services are easily targeted by these tools, and the framework are so mature, sometimes I am amazed by the guardrails they'll suggest to me, which I never thought of. So this is some area of production and infra DevOps, which is heavily impacted by this.
Interesting. Speaking of unknown technical debt as one of the failure stories, does anybody have any exciting stories of how AI was successful for you or proved to be maybe a groundbreaking failure also?
I guess, again, successful in a sense, what it has made easy to do is go from 0 to 80. Earlier, you would have to have a team of people to think about product design, UI, UX, front end, back end, database, hosting. So many things are involved in software. But these days, again, there are tools, and again, like I was saying earlier, software engineering is nothing but a rising level of abstraction. So you just move up ahead, up and up and up, right? So in that case, where AI has been useful is going from 0 to 80 for all the product development work. We've worked with some companies, we keep talking to some companies, we see that people who are not technical, they were able to prompt and get a lot of stuff done from AI, and now they hit a wall because that's where, again, we can't do more than that. That's where they come to us or saying, hey, how can we scale this? What we're stuck here, what next? Right? So in that way, I feel it is again a tool, right? So it has given a lot of people power if they would have to invest and hire a team of people, etc. But now they're able to do it themselves. So again, democratization of that. That probably also leads to noise. What Yumi was talking about, that if everybody is builder, then when everybody is a superhero, nobody is a superhero in that way. Right? So you have to really. So what stands out in that case is people who know what they're doing and why, and that's where the clarity of thought and again people have referred to that. So that matters a lot. So I guess things that have where AI has been super useful is going from 0 to 80, and we've seen that everywhere. That is my observation as well.
I have a very different story where we had a performance issue, And then we realized, okay, this is something that we missed on, and it was unknown to us. And we started working on it. And then we realized this has something to do with the, and what we got from Copilot was, this is purely an architecture change. We worked on performance for 2-3 days. It was not working up, and then we said, okay, let's see what is on the Copilot side. And then when we studied the problem, it looked into it and said, the problem is your structure. The way you have architectured it, it is causing you the latency. We are aware of this technical debt we are aware of. Now when we went to the customer was always trying to say, you know what, you want more work from me, so you are lying about this gap that I have. Now they have a performance issue which is impacting the customer, and the root cause is to something which is known, which is a known technical debt. So, and then it is educated by your AI tools also, that something can be done only if you restructure your whole architecture of this application. Then suddenly there was an engagement and agreement that what, we also agree what you have been seeing for the last 2-3 years, that this thing has to be changed. So I really found it very interesting and helpful. Sometimes AI plays a very neutral role because they are not biased like us. We will always work for our organization. The customer also feels that they are trying to play with me. When it's coming from AI, when it's coming very generic in nature, so they also agree to it.
I have a couple of interesting production stories where for once AI completely failed us and another is AI completely saved us. So we all are aware of database indexes and we were doing just performance optimization and everything. And just AI said that these 3 indexes are useless and they are costing us this performance issues, etc. We checked with AI thrice that are you sure not any queries using this, etc. And even after our code reviews and everything, we thought that okay, this is a good time to delete those indexes. Turned out they were getting used in certain scripts which started failing, had a production issue, had to rebuild things. So this is how AI can fail. But then on the other day there was one Redis outage where our existing host just went down and we had to move to our service to somebody else. And there was one function which was getting called, I think 100K or something times a minute. And it was costing us almost $20 a minute cost on Upstash. And we were not able to figure out that which exactly is the function which is doing this and how we should be doing or fixing this. And this is when AI came really handy and just saved us everything and system started working within minutes. So I think if you know, it's a very powerful tool. If you know when to use and for what to use, it's super helpful even for productions.
Interesting. We'll get to audience questions now. I'll ask them a question. We'll ask them to keep it brief while you get ready for any questions that you have. Maybe in a liner, if you all want to just call out what your AI usage policy in your institutions are. So people who would eventually want to get in touch with you or into institutions that are similar to yours, if you want to tell them what is exactly that you've defined, maybe in a couple of lines, that will be helpful.
You should be aware of AI tools, but the basics are good. No compromise on basics.
I think this goes without saying that, that's the bare minimum. But apart from that, as I mentioned, that we are a very small team. We are actively use AI for data analysis, for everything mostly, including coding as well. So quite open about it.
I guess, general engineering philosophy, AI or no AI or any tool, don't outsource your thinking and understanding. Use the tool, but you are responsible. Like you hired you, otherwise we can replace you with $20 per month or $20 per month. You don't want that, so take responsibility for your work and use the tool as a tool. You are still the driver. I guess that's the philosophy.
Yeah, don't lose your individuality.
So we are also pretty lean team, by the way, only 10 members. So when we hire, we also look for thinking, right? How they think. So don't be a programmer, be an engineer, if you will. So yeah.
Perfect. We'll open this up for audience to ask questions. I see a hand there. Can anybody pass a mic? Yeah.
You'll have to be a little louder. I don't think the mic's working.
So one problem that during my our internship scavenger hunt or the duration of finding good internships for ourselves by college process or by external means as well. One problem that we started to notice is that there is a big rise in jobs that would normally be reserved for 1 or 2 years of experience individuals coming into the internship sector itself. So people are giving out 1 year or 1.5-year internships at just 10,000 or 50,000 per month, where they're expecting, okay, 2 months of training, but then 10 months, 13 months of simply slogging down work, which you would normally get paid decently, at least 50,000 or something. And there, even the questions are more on the software that you will be using or generic questions. So, isn't this whole system of giving more power into the hands of industry to decide the syllabus from the colleges or this point of view, creating an issue where you would compromise more on the fundamentals? Because why would you hire fundamentals if you can hire skill? And isn't this being done in the 4th year or 7th and 8th semester, which are crucial for high-ranking fundamental skills themselves in the curriculum? So wouldn't this be kind of a self-fulfilling problem that you want skills, you want fundamentals, but you would teach skills in the time they would normally learn fundamentals? And the second question is regarding actually into the FOSS community as in general. So many of our friends, we first came to know about GitHub and open source when we first started facing problems where we weren't able to do a project, and we saw some guy on GitHub who has a project on there, and it was really nice, it was really working very well, or it wasn't. And then we tried to see if we could do better or how we could implement this. But nowadays, our go-to agent is Claude or Gemini, with student packs it's even more accessible throughout the day. So, and on the other end is that we are not committing. At the end of our projects, we're just using GitHub like Google Drive or something, where we're just storing or stashing our projects and putting those links out in the open with no commits or no collaborations with anyone. So how does the FOSS community or free and open source actually see that they would revitalize the spirit of open source in students?
You are going to take up the first question?
First question. NAP first of all is evolving, right? So it is still into the budding years. Certainly the control has moved to industry and academia jointly. So there are a lot of institutions which are working with organizations, with industrial experts to revamp their core curriculum. I will give you an example without taking the name of the university. Semiconductor is something that government of India wants to invest. And I was so happy to know that during second year of mechanical engineering, they did a small internal assessment and moved 30% of mechanical engineering candidates to semiconductor engineering, a new course they introduced. And third year of the same college, they are placed in a company in Gujarat where they are already working on internship for 1 year and then be placed there also. And two big names in your EV committed to take next batch from this college. So definitely this freedom of playing with the demand is helping institutions to create very innovative programs. I was working last month with one of the universities from Maharashtra, where they started a course on BBA and BSc in AIML, applied AML. So now this is very, very intuitive. Why? Because the moment you go to non-IT also, people are saying, "Aap AI use karte ho kya? How will you use AI? How will AI change the pharma? How will they change the MR that goes to shop? How will they change SCA?" So now they are introducing these courses where people are getting used to different periphery of the lives also to use AI. This is happening, this is good. And this is coming all from industry. They cannot create it their own. So this is being done. Now, idea was that we will have a very high demand of skill in future. Industry will go to campuses, create their own hubs, train people and take them. Unfortunately, at this moment, that is not happening. There is no need of a lot of human skill. So why, as a business, I tell people all the time, everybody wearing a fine suit is doing a business. I don't see an ROI of investing in a university today because I don't have a demand today. So what I'll do is I will do pick and choose. So the other alteration is do a lot of internships. Now what you said 1.5 years, I am really shocked. Maybe this is misuse of internship itself. This is where institutions have to take the step and say, you know what, 6 months, 9 months, if you don't feel my candidates fit, give me back with the feedback. I'll work in the garage and get them fixed. But you don't exploit them for 1.5 years. Now, I'll be very honest with you. Eventually, you work on a module, you work on a software, or you work on only one skill. It is good to say I can be Pi, I can be T, but generally, for example, if I look at my career, I might have got a lot of expertise in multiple domains in telecom, but my daily was mostly focused on one. I can do the second one when required. So wherever you go for internship, you will be focused on one software, one domain, one kind of work. When I also take interns, I have a product. And I don't know whether you will be part of my organization tomorrow or not. So I cannot give you access to my product. I will use you in the periphery softwares or the ecosystem, which is mostly dependent on the third-party softwares or on the open source. So you will get used to it. And idea of internship is not only to get trained on the latest technology, it is getting accustomed to the corporate culture, their demand, which is fragile in nature. So when you go for internships, look for opportunities, create them for you. I'll give you a classic example, which I personally had. I had one candidate from a very premier institute in India. I told my boss, what should I do with this guy? As an intern, he cannot touch my code. And he's asking for code, what should I do? He said, I don't know, you take it. 10 days down the line, somebody came to me and he said, you know what, Ravinder, I want to develop a fancy, dashboard. It should be very intuitive in nature. It should have an agent also. I said, very good. I know who can do it. I got this guy, I said, this is my requirement and it has to be fancy. It has to have an agent where people can go, ask for questions, it will reply to them, give them insights, and this is my RP, you can refer to it. Down the line, 6 months, that system is ready and working fine. It satisfied the candidate's need of working on a tool, creating something which is more on an AI side, and it helped the organization also. And how did it happen? He was asking every day, Ravinder, kuch development mein hai kya? Can I show you what I developed? I think this is something I went for a meeting and it is all manual in nature. Can I automate it? This is where the whole discussion started. So it is more my responsibility also that I will not be served on the platter. Use the opportunity. But one thing I agree with you, internship of 1.5 years, it is pure misuse of the system. This cannot happen. 1.5 years is experience in organization. Internship should be limited to 3 to 6 months, nothing beyond that.
Does anybody want to take the second question?
Second question,
which was about why would people want to use open source software now that they can just use cloud?
I will tell you very frankly, why open source is, I don't want, there is a big fear in Europe that my data is going to US. I'm using US softwares, US LLM, and my data is going out. On the other hand, you have a very liberal and very unbiased open sources which can help you. So one is that will force enterprises to go back to open source, and very important is cost factor. At least for organizations, I'm telling you, cost is a big factor. Cursor, if you know, Cursor was bought by Elon Musk 2 days back, and we are using Cursor. So I was telling my people, don't be ready that there will be a hike of $300 per user coming soon. It can happen to it. VMware is a classic example. The company was sold, they increase the price like anything, and people are moving out. And people are going to open source because they don't want to be, blackmailed in the future. And today, we want, there are a lot of cloud tools which are native to the host. For example, Microsoft tool will not work on AWS tool will not, are compatible but not great results on Microsoft. Kubernetes is a classic example, open source, use it anywhere, it will work like wonders. So companies know that subscription-based proprietary tools are a future blame or a pressure game for me. I will want to use open source. Important thing which I feel in terms of your AI is tokens. Microsoft changed their way of charging, so there's a pressure on the organizations how to control the token. But on the other hand, if there are models available which are open source, which I can use host on my own platform, they can serve the purpose. For something which is very unique in nature, which needs a high level of abstraction and is very specific, I can go to Microsoft or Anthropic. But for others, I can still use open source. So this is how it will mature up and open source will continue. If you ask me, I work for a very big customer in US. Their first question is, what is the open source available for this task? If it is there, let's go for that.
So I don't have an answer to the question, but I have an opinion. So what I feel is open source will stay. I think there will be a group of people who care for it, but I also feel there will be more people who create personal software with the rise of agents, right? On the subject of why open source will still remain, right? It's just trust, right? There is trust, there is community around that software, and yeah, the robustness, that kind of thing. So not an answer, but opinion.
Maybe to wrap this up, because open source in education is my bread and butter, I would instead look at AI as what would have happened when calculators were invented for the first time. I'm sure there was a decent amount of skepticism and wrong usage of the calculators as well. Until this day, I'm sure education institutions have a debate of if a calculator should be allowed at a specific exam, right? You all experienced that in some capacity. It is probably not possible for us to ask students to change their mentality by default. But what we also do at the foundation internally is to start working with these education institutions and then have a top-down approach. So if these people were to mandate a few things, form that culture top-down, it just becomes easier for us to then have students follow what is already prescribed, because we are used to being in that structure all our life and we hardly are trained to question. Now the second part of this is to be able to create people who can question those systems, and that's exactly what I was talking about in my talk earlier. But yeah, we'll take another question, I think, and then we'll wrap it up.
Hi everyone, I'm Rohit, second year computer science student from Bihar. My first question is panel, now writing code is so easy. A great code by the Dr. Kailasnath, CEO of Zerola, code is cheap and so will the talk. Just talking and you can write the code entire building application and websites. So where do you see we are the great engineering shifting from writing code to the reviewing the code, and what the basic skill sets or fundamental skill sets I should learn or a beginner should learn?
I really fail to understand this, that why we always feel software engineering is only about coding. It is part of it. Okay. I was reading an article many weeks back. Somebody said, Anthropic can convert a mainframe application into Java in 8 hours. But that application has to go into an ecosystem which has got multiple interfaces, multiple technologies, and multiple business constraints, which it will fail. So you need to know the system very well. Functional knowledge or domain knowledge is niche. There is something called as tribal knowledge, which is only attained when you are part of the tribe. We don't document it. It is talked on the floor, it is discussed in the meetings, it is somewhere in the emails, and you gain it. So this tribal knowledge was never printed and it will never go to AI. So this knowledge becomes your domain niche. People or consultants who are paid heavily, they are not paid for reading the books, the domain knowledge they have. And this will always continue. This is one. So software engineering, okay, you can do the coding part of it, but who will do the why part of it? Who will do the solutioning part of it? You should have a prompt. You can only prompt when you are clear what you really want, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So I should be really clear what I really want and what are the guardrails, because the best part of AI is it is just listening to your instructions, right? It is not creating its own world. So I should know what I really want. Where is the security part of it? Where is the ROI part of it? Where are the compliances? this application being hosted in Europe, hosted in India, and hosted in US is totally different. There are different norms for all these countries. I should know it because I belong to the industry. So definitely the domain knowledge and the experience will matter. What I should learn, I have been saying it, learn problem solving, problem definition, and I don't know how many of you guys will believe storytelling. You are just telling a story to prompt, which is prompt. If you cannot tell the story what you are telling to AI, it will never understand and it will never reply to you. So learn to answer this why. An important factor that will come into picture, which I see for my team, is code review. Now, when I grew in my career, the second step of growth was you are reviewing somebody's written code. Be a peer reviewer. Oh my God, I'm reviewing somebody's code. I think I will get a promotion now. Okay, I'm accountable for this code. Why? Because I did a review. And I learned it over a period of time, 2 years. I remember the first code review I did after 2-3 years. But now your code is generated by machine, but you are the owner. No company on this earth will say, oh, it's fine, it failed because it came from a co-pilot. Then why I hired you? You are hired because you are accountable for it. So now you are accountable for a code written by machine. So you should be able to read the code, debug the code, and able to fix the code. Along with that, you should know how to prompt it. So the basics will become more important. So don't degrade from basics, they will always stay there. Make sure you do it. Problem solving is again very important because if you go to an organization where you hypothetically 90% of coding is done by a machine, what should I do? I should know how to define the problem. And I should be also able to tell the storytelling because moving forward, if I look at Gartner, what Gartner says is human skills are getting more niche and important. Why? Because human interaction has already reduced. So somebody who can do a better human interaction, do a proper storytelling, do a proper problem solving, problem definition, are going to get a higher grade jobs. I hope I'm able to help.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Siddharth, my question is to you that you talk about digital commons, right? Fossility is also shifting towards the digital common apart from the software development or engineering. So my question is it talks about open data, open digital policy and public policies, open hardware. So there has a lot of tech industry still evaluates the code, right? Writing the what the structure of code and how they have written. But how the digital commons will structure and their inceptive should be the restructured by in your opinion.
Right. So digital commons was second half of my talk. The first of my talk was about being the what we call as the strategists and visionaries and people who are trying to structure and identify problems. Don't be the person who's implementing solutions. Don't be that person who has to be given all of the different contexts around, hey, this is the line of code that we want you to write, and then you become that person who write it by yourself. Become the person who's able to identify problems, become the person who's able to question systems as well. And then that's where the digital commons aspect would come into picture. If I was to ask each one of you here to be better citizens, in the sense, whenever there's a public consultation happening for a bill that's going to be enacted sooner, if you have questions about any digital, anything at all that a government body does and you're able to file RTIs, that is also an indirect practice that you are giving to yourself to be able to ask those questions, which maybe you are afraid of when you are in front of your faculty, you don't want to ask them questions, but here you are able to at least ask through a digital platform, right? So there's two ways to this. There's nothing wrong in being a software engineer. There are, and there should be people who should be doing a software engineering job, but at least be aware of how the code that you write is going to be utilized by other entities. If I was to today come in and say that all of the apps that I'm building is going to use my facial data or my fingerprint data, at least me as a person who's writing code should be aware that there has to be a lot more of digital sovereignty talk, there has to be a lot of what data privacy means from a personal level to a citizen level, right? Having those conversations and developing that mindset is what I was encouraged doing. Nothing wrong in writing code, sorry if that came across like that. But you should write code, but just be the people who can ask more questions and understand the why and not only the words. Confusing enough? I'll talk to you later on, don't worry. I think that's good for us to wrap today. Thank you so much for being a lovely panel. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. I will take the liberty to say that they would hang in for a few more minutes right in front of you somewhere in the audience. So please feel free to go to them and talk to them about it. And have a good rest of the PuneFOSS conference. Thank you so much.
It's always interesting to hear different viewpoints come together because conversations like these remind us that while technology evolves constantly, some fundamentals continue to stay relevant. There are curiosity, problem solving, learning from others, and building with purpose. Please give them another warm round of applause. After that engaging session, we're moving into a topic that has become impossible to ignore over the last few years. That is AI. But while a lot of conversations around AI focus on bigger models, bigger platforms, and bigger infrastructure, an equally important question is who owns it, who controls it, and where does privacy fit into the picture? Our next speaker is Ankesh Bharti. Ankesh is a technologist based in Jamshedpur, founder of Tiles Privacy, and co-founder of the user and agents community. His work explores how decentralized infrastructure can give people greater agency, control, and choice in their digital lives. And outside of technology, I hear he enjoys bikes, hard sci-fi, and cybernetics, which sounds like the beginning of either a very interesting weekend or a futuristic movie plot. So please join me in welcoming Ankesh Bharti for Tiles, your own AI with local models and open protocols.
Yeah, so, hello. Audio is good? No? Hello. This mic is working?
I think this will be better.
Okay.
If it doesn't work.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to have your time and attention here. Today, I'm Ankesh Bharti, and I'm going to talk about owning your AI with local models and open protocols. So, she introduced me. My ambition is to build a decentralized stack that expands our user agency in our digital spaces. So this talk is about reclaiming ownership in the age of AI, where we have accelerated techno-feudalism through local models and open protocols. So talking first about AI-accelerated techno-feudalism. So all these big tech companies and like a small number of companies are trying to like make big infrastructure projects and consolidate their power over the use cases, the vendors, and all the users that rely on. And then there is data and distraction. So like all the subscriptions, you're renting your intelligence. All the data is under their privacy policies. You do not know what they're doing with your data. So, and there's a technological lock-in with these proprietary closed models, and which kind of like limits the competition that alternative providers can compete with. And increasingly, these big tech companies are like owning the interfaces. So the models have like biases that like they control the narrative in that way. So like we have Chinese models, we have US models, and all these models are dictated by the like big companies who are training them. So it's like limiting our freedom of expression in that sense. So this is the like circular financing that all these companies in the supply chain have. So like they are like just racing to kind of on this market of like all the productivity space and like personal expression infrastructure. So this slide is about how they like they're getting increasingly big enough not to fail. So OpenAI CFO said recently that they want like federal backstop, federal government trying to kind of take them out of bankruptcy if they face that, and if they do not, like it's all their profit. So in that way, the profits are private and the loss is on like paid through taxpayers' money. And just last week, US government kind of suspended access to like the frontier models, Fable and Mythos. So we cannot be, like, they just gave the access to US citizens and then later they blocked that as well. So we cannot rely on the infrastructure where we do not own the infrastructure. So a key takeaway for this talk is we should treat sovereignty as an intellectual property. So all the users and vendors who kind of depend on these infrastructures, they should have the like sovereignty to have control of like what they want to do and how they want to use this infrastructure and platforms. But we do not have that right now. So, but there are like a few things that can help, and increasingly this will matter much more as we kind of see like the worse implications of the centralized providers. So local models is the first one. So in this case, local just doesn't mean models running on a laptop, but any kind of hardware that you own or an enterprise owns. And you need to build with open protocols. So you have the visibility and transparency around how your data is stored and where your compute is happening. And sustainable funding models to kind of make this all work. So this is a blog post from Southbridge. So they kind of claim that the frontier models in open source are like a match with the frontier models. So like they did certain benchmark evaluation on real-world tasks with GLM 5.2 and Opus 4.8. And they found that in most of the cases, either that the open source GLM model is tying with the proprietary Opus one or straight up beating it. It's a 500 billion parameter model, so it's not that small, but you can run it with like 5 Mac Studios or something. On the open protocol side, we have Blue Sky, who have raised 100. It's from like the ex-Twitter team. They have raised $100 million, and they have like 45 million users on their protocol. And they are like very rapid experimentation in Europe around like how to make these digital commons sustainable. So this is like the European Stack movement, which Tiles is also a signatory of. So this is the general architecture I see for like user agency. So these images are adapted from Maggie Appleton. So in the old days, we had like just old school computer with no collaboration in there. Then we got cloud. So our apps and data were living there. In this local first era, which we have like certain offline applications that work by default, and online thing is optional. So you can use the apps without internet if you need to, but you are using cloud as a syncing mechanism. I propose this fourth kind of architecture where, which I call local first in AI era, where you have the apps and data and offline ambient AI compute, or like compute which you own. It's under your sovereignty, and all your data is being synced with end-to-end encryption and peer-to-peer relays. So to showcase this, how I like build this architecture with tiles. So like tiles is a local first private AI assistant. It's an attempt to make a decentralized chat GPT. So right now it's a CLI, and it's built with Rust. We made our own inference engine, which I will talk about. So yeah, so we have this philosophy of making one model work very nicely. So we focus on like GPT versus 20B right now. You can run other models as well, but we are like specifically making the tool for this model right now. We bundle Pi harness so that it can do tool calls and all the agentic stuff. We also support model file format, which Olama supports for defining how these models are run. We use MLX on Apple Silicon and Llama CPP on Linux. So we wrote our own inference code on top of these libraries. We have user-owned identity with something called DIDs, decentralized identifiers, and UCANs for authorization. We also have peer-to-peer sync for your data, so you can sync chats across your linked devices. And we are using IRO. It's generally you dial in by IP addresses, but these IP addresses are like always changing. So with IRO, you can dial to devices with tickets. And IRO is based on this like relay kind of infrastructure. So yeah, it's like all end-to-end and peer-to-peer. We also support sharing chats through AT Proto. So all the chats are published in a single person data server, which is on AT protocol network. And we also have an offline installer. So it's an installer with the model bundled in. It's a 10 GB file. So you can just take an offline MacBook and install and use tiles with just a pen drive. We're also working on something called TileKit. It's an app server runtime, so that if you wish to make your own client on top of the tech that we have, you can use that. We support Open Responses API, which is the latest and open standard from OpenAI and other vendors for inference. So right now I will go to the demo section. So the first demo would be like running models locally. So by default, you can just do tiles and it will run the default model, but you can also run a model file. So I will just show what a model file looks like. So this is a model file. Here I have defined on the first line. It's like Docker file, similar style. So this is the like Hugging Face path for that model, and you have a custom system prompt so that you can customize how your model behaves. So yeah, this is my local account, which has its own DID. You can, all the data is saved inside this directory, which you can customize. So I will just ask about, tell me about, I can actually showcase tool calls in here. So ask the model to read the details of last release from the changelog.md file in this repository. it's spitting reasoning tokens, and it's doing tool calls. This MacBook is like fairly not much beefy. It's a 32 GB unified machine. So you can see it's almost on par with the speed that we get with online models. So yeah, that was a demo for like running a model with tool calls. Next, I will show how you can sync these chats to a different machine that you have. And there is no cloud component in our project. It's all peer-to-peer. So I have a VM spinned up here. So I will create a UCAN token. So it's a capability token that you can generate to authorize the other client to have access to your chats. I will take the DID of the client and create the token. I have added a token on the different in the VM, and then I will proceed to sync the chats. So the sync is complete, and I will just check if the chat session that we recently did is in the list. Yeah, so you can see in the first entry, read the details of last release. We have that chat synced. So that was peer-to-peer syncing. And the last demo is sharing these chats as a link. So for all the online features, Tiles is using AT protocol. So I will just quickly show what the workflow looks like. I'm resuming the last session, and I will use the /share command. So you get the option to either share it as a private session, in which case the data stored on the public data server would be encrypted, and the key would be in the URL itself. But for now, I will just share it publicly. It will ask me to log in with Blue Sky. So on Blue Sky, you own your own handle. So my handle is my own domain. So the link is here. This link fetches we do not store this data. This link fetches data from the PDS here. So this is the AT protocol record for this particular chat. You have this DID identity, and this is the app, and the particular record key. So this is the data on protocol. Under your identity, you will see other different tabs who store the data in the same repository. So yeah, those were the demos, and we are a team of 3, and we are partnered with a couple organizations, so like user agents, which I'm a part of, and dark ships who kind of help with the visual identity of this project. This project is sustained with individual sponsors, who I'm pretty thankful for. They have been sponsoring this project for the last 6 months. And yeah, that's my talk. You can scan this QR code to download tiles. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ankesh, for that insightful session and for sharing your perspective on privacy, ownership, and what it means to build AI systems that give users more control and choice. Moving on, our next session takes us deeper into the cloud-native world and into something many developers and platform engineers interact with regularly: Kubernetes. When people talk about building Kubernetes operators, the conversation almost automatically begins with Go. For many years, it has been the default path, while a huge part of the developer ecosystem, especially Java developers, has often had to work around that gap. But the JVM ecosystem brings along its own strengths: mature tooling, powerful libraries, and years of proven engineering practices. Our next speaker, Ashish Thakur, will explore how Java developers can build production-grade Kubernetes operators using the Java Operator SDK and show how the ecosystem is evolving beyond traditional expectations. So whether you're a Kubernetes enthusiast or a Java developer or simply someone curious about platform engineering, this session should have something interesting for you. Please welcome Ashish Thakur for building Kubernetes operator in Java.
Yo, Ashish. No, this is for the live stream. This is for the live stream.
This is for the live stream. Okay. So, okay. There is no for this, for mic. Okay. So this will do. Okay. Thank you. क्लिप कैसे करना है? So hello. First I want to know from the audience who have experience on Kubernetes, because this is some bit advanced topic in Kubernetes. So you will learn something new. So whosoever had heard about operators in Kubernetes, yeah, one is there, and anyone? Okay, but I suppose that all of you are aware about Kubernetes. Hi everyone, I'm Ashish Thakur. Today we are going to talk about building production grade Kubernetes operators, but we are going to do it in Java, not in Go, because de facto for working with Kubernetes, as we all know, is Golang, but in here we are going to use Java. So by the end of this talk, you will understand what operators are, why Java is a great choice in order to build them, and you will see the actual code example that I have built from scratch. But first, just a quick intro. So I'm senior Ashish Thakur, have senior software engineer at Red Hat. So I am a contributor and one of the maintainer to this Fabricate Kubernetes client, which is an open source client. It has, so it is one of the mostly widely used Java client for Kubernetes, interacting with Kubernetes cluster. So it has over 1 million downloads monthly, over almost up to 4K stars and 11 years of history. So, and it is also a building block for major open source project, Quarkus, Spring, Cloud Kubernetes, Apache Flink, and of course, JO SDK, which is Java Operator SDK, which I'm going to talk about. If you have any question and if you want to connect with me, you can connect me on Twitter, LinkedIn. My GitHub is also there, and I also occasionally write on Java and Kubernetes on my blog. Okay. So why do we need operators? Let me first paint a picture. So when you create some application and you want to deploy it, the first day is to design and to have a plan. Okay. The architectural decision, tooling choices, what tools you want to use in order to deploy it, the capacity planning. This happens before you write the YAML files. So YAML files or the Kubernetes manifest are nothing but the YAML files in order to define the resources for Kubernetes cluster in YAML format. Okay. Then comes the day one, which is the deployment day, when you actually deploy your application. So you write your YAML files, you do kubectl apply, then your manifest file, install your application, configure it, launch it, works fine. Everything is good. But then comes day two, when we have to upgrade our application, when we have to roll out upgrades, when we have to scale it, when we have to restore it, and there might be some configuration drift which might be coming into your application. Okay, so you have to take care of that as well. So day two, it's not as good as day one and day zero. It's complex. We have to take care of many things. So here's when the problems comes. So this is exactly the problem where which is being solved by Kubernetes operators. So what exactly is Kubernetes operator? So yeah, a human cannot be on 24/7 on call in order to take care of those issues manually. So in operator, we encode the operational knowledge of the application, like configuration changes to that application, backup, restore, and scaling, and like backing up that particular application, backing up DB, creating some more things. So we encode that all our domain knowledge inside of a software, which is called operators. Okay, so this is a slide that I have dedicated specially to Kubernetes operator. So operator is just a software extension that manage resources on behalf of Kubernetes. So the goal is simple: automate the complex day two operations that would human manually do. Okay, so there are few steps. First, you declare. The user specifies what they want to achieve by the help of custom resource. So I'll talk about custom resource in the later slides. Then there is a controller or a loop which is running inside of your Kubernetes cluster, which detects the state change, like the desired change, desired state that you want. And there is a reconciler. Okay, so there is a reconciler which drives the current state to the desired state which user has specified or the operator has specified. So these are just the fundamentals of Kubernetes operator, like a high level overview. So now there is a important distinction here. Declarative, it should be declarative. User specifies what he needs or what he desires, and the operators, the software which is running, figure out how to do it. So it should be declarative. Then the next, this slide, so it shows what matter with a concrete example. So the project that I'm maintaining, Fabricate Kubernetes client, can build either controller or operator. So it can observe on a particular resource, compare it with the desired state, and act upon it, like creating new pods, creating new stateful state, changing configuration, changing secrets, all this stuff. But what is different from the operator framework? That operator framework provide you a boilerplate in order to like write your use case or write your operational knowledge. So you do not have a requirement each and every time to play with Fabricate Kubernetes client directly. For example, we have particular projects that are using GeoSDK, which is Java Operator SDK, which is Strimzy, Kafka, Prometheus Operator, and there are many more. So I'll talk about that later as well. So operators is controller, which is a loop which is running inside application inside of your Kubernetes cluster, plus the CRD means your you are extending your Kubernetes API in order to take care of those. So those two makes up the operator, but of course you can create the operator with Fabricate Kubernetes client, but it's a basic thing. On top of that, you require some boilerplate code, some utilities in order to do that, which utilities, those utilities are being provided by GeoSDK, which is Java Operator SDK. Okay, so it's a simple saying, every operator is a controller, but not every operator is, controller is an operator, so yeah. Then this is the real world example. So in the real world, without operator, you manage everything. You write each and every deployment file, you write each and every service YAML, you write each and every config YAML, you create secrets with DB credentials, deploy a stateful set in order to deploy your databases, configure HPA and all those things. And taking care of all those files is error prone because human can make mistakes. So taking care of all those files can be error prone. But with operator, what you do, you just declare your intent in form of one specific YAML file, and then based on that particular specification file, all the operator auto creates everything, like the deployment that you want for your application, the service that you want, the config map, the secrets, everything, and configuring the configuration drift is also very easy because operator take cares of that, not you, the end user. Okay. So how do we build this in Java? So let me show the stack. So you have the Kubernetes API because it's API server, the Kubernetes itself. So it has store, which is etcd, and the REST API to interact with. Then on top of that, the project that I maintain, Fabricate Kubernetes client, it has Fluent API, all the operation that a client requires. Then on top of that, the operator SDK is there, which provide us the utilities and the boilerplate in order to interact with the Kubernetes and with the extensions. So it has reconciliation loop. Reconciliation means it's a loop which is running, then events are there, retries, if something drops, it has to be retries next time, then the dependent resource, like the resources which you are deploying along with your main application deployment. And then your domain knowledge, like the operator or the DevOps person, all the knowledge that he or she has, so they can put it in the operator in the code form, and yeah, user has to just specify the file, the spec file. So let's start with the foundation. So this is the foundation. So Fabricate Kubernetes client. So it supports multiple HTTP clients. So there is one more client which comes directly from the Kubernetes team. It's a Java Kubernetes client, which is the official one. And this is the Kubernetes client that I maintain. So it has multiple client support, which is not there in the official Java Kubernetes client. So it supports OK HTTP, Vertex, JDK HTTP client, and Jetty clients in order to interact with HTTP APIs. Then it has fluent DSL, like chainable and human readable. Then it has support for OpenShift. Then there is a CRD support as well, like for creating custom resource definition from Java files with the help of code generation. Then we have extension and we have watchers and informers in this client. So built-in testing is also available. It is not available with official Kubernetes client. So it has mock server, so you can test your operators locally inside of your CI/CD pipelines and provide a robust feedback. Because in this AI era, the robust feedback is quite important, because based on your test, only the agent will improve or will do a better job. Okay, so let me show how Fabricate Kubernetes client looks in action. So it has fluent APIs for listing pods. It has this particular pods. This is how you can list pod by labels. Then in order to create a resource, you can do that. And in order to watch for real-time events, you can do that, and some type-safe custom resources. So these are just the example how you can interact with your Fabricate Kubernetes client in order to do something in your Kubernetes cluster. Okay. So Fabricate is a client library, like how we have created a production, how can we create a production operator with that? Like it needs more. So how we go from the client to the framework? Framework here is the JOSDK, Java Operator SDK. So first one is the reconciliation loop. I already talked about it. It's a loop which is running inside of your operator application, which is running inside of your Kubernetes cluster, which watches for the current state and compares it with desired state, and according to that, it will create the resources. Then the event handling, batching, scheduling, and all those stuff. Dependent resources, because along with your application, you will also deploy some dependent resources like database, some config maps, then some secrets, and you will have some telemetry software as well, Open Telemetry or maybe Prometheus as well, in order to like check your applications metrics. So yeah, those can be deployed with the help of code, with the help of operators, and the observability. So these all makes up Java Operator SDK, the utilities, the reusable functions, and all that. So the key concept, first of all, this JOSDK is a separate project. So how? So the reconciliation. So it has, it is a interface which has this reconcile method, which we have to implement in order to provide the capability, the operating capability the user, the operator has. So we should be implementing this. So I'll show it with the help of actual code. Then the dependent resources, I already talked about it. The resources that you deploy with your applications, like databases, telemetry, and all those stuff. So it manages those for you, creates, updates, and also like garbage collect if you remove them. Then event sourcing, so you have external, in order to like do something beyond Kubernetes with the external system, you can use event sources. So it's a CNFC project, yeah, and it is being used by Quarkus and Spring Boot as well. So this is how the custom resource definition looks like when we put it in the Java format. So it's a Java class that we mention in our project, which will have these annotations along with the specs. So based on this class, a CRD, a YAML file will be getting generated. So I'll show it to you guys as well. So that will be called custom resource definition. So it is a definition for the Kubernetes cluster. in order to extend its APIs and do custom things with your Kubernetes operator, like creating custom resources and all those stuff. So this is how it looks. So what user write means we are the operator. We have written we are the operator, and we have written with the help of operator framework. We have written the application with the help of JOSTK, in which we have put in all our operational knowledge using CRD and the Java stuff. Then comes the user who are using our operator in order to do things. What they have to specify? They have to just specify this simple thing. This is called custom resource. So these are the specs and the custom resource. You can see the kind. It's microservice, which is not the default kind in Kubernetes. It is the one which we have created with the help of operator and the spec that we want to provide. So this is only what the end user has to play with, only one simple resource, and everything will be getting created on the fly. So deployment, service, config maps, database, HPA, ingress, everything. So this is just an example of full custom resource with the production type of example, where you do something on your production, like create replicas, target the CPU utilization, on what basis the auto scaling should be done, all those things. Okay, so then comes implementing a reconciler. So this is just the Java code that I have put. We have to use this annotation, which is called add workflow, along with the dependents, and implement this reconcile method. So I'll talk about it in the code as well when I show you the deployment. Then the dependent resources. The dependent resources are the resources which your application require when you are deploying it. Those are on what resources it is dependent upon, like databases, ingress, and all those stuff. Then these are the best patterns and best practice that you have to use. First one is reconciliation must be safe and can run multiple time and will output the same result. So yeah, always reconcile all the resources. So check whenever you are going to reconcile something, like based on the current desired state, you want to update it to the desired current state, you want to update it to the desired state. You should check all the components, not just triggering the events. So you should go and check each and every component and then update it accordingly. Then the logic should be stateless, like there shouldn't be any state in memory, and you should also leverage caching in order to not over excessive use the API calls. Okay, so there is error handling which is also supported. So yeah, you can also take care whenever something fails. You can take care of those things with the help of this update error status. You can either update to show some meaningful message to the user, or you can something do based on it. Who is using this particular JOSTK in production? Or key clock operator. It is totally based on JOSTK. Apache Flink is also using JOSTK. Spark is also using JOSTK. Strimzy is also using, so it's a Kafka on Kubernetes, so it is also using JOSTK. Then Debezium, then Glasscube, all this. So these are the resources that you can look into. First one is the Fabricate Kubernetes client. You can also contribute to it. So I maintain this project and few other projects as well. So you can also contribute to this particular project. Even to JOSTK, you can also contribute. So for second one is the JOSTK, the GitHub, and the actual official website, the demo project which I'll be showing, and my blog post. So yeah, so quickly I'll show the demo. So let me know whether you are able to see it. Also, there is something related to the font because yeah, settings. Okay, so I think now you are able to see it. So this is the operator that I have created. So it's a microservice operator which helps you to manage microservices in Kubernetes cluster. As shown in the slides, so this is the main method, and there is a reconciliation or loop running, which is this one. We just have to implement this particular interface, and based on that interface we'll get this particular method which we have to override, and based on the reconciliation method you have to put your logic there, like when you receive a custom resource spec file, what you have to do. So based on that it will take actions and create the resources for you. Okay, so for example, here I have a microservices which in turns has dependent resources which are like the PostgreSQL, the config map, the secrets, and also the ingress settings. So all are being done by this particular code only. So only once you have to write this, and the users just have to specify the custom resource spec file. So this is the method, and these here you can see are the dependent resources. So here I am deploying the database service, and here I am deploying the database stateful set based on the spec that I am getting. So here is the code for deploying the persistent volume claim and the stateful stat and all those things. Similarly, I have the dependent resources for other things like the service, the database service, the config map, and auto scaling details. And these are just the spec, okay, which we have to specify in Java class, Java format. Okay, so if I run this particular project, I have a hook. I have a hook which is running with the Maven build, which is creating this particular file, which is meta-inf fabricate, then the microservice example. So this is what is called custom resource definition. So it helps us to extend the API of the Kubernetes server. So custom resource definition, you have to specify the format in OpenAPI v3 format. So whatever fields that you want in that extended API of Kubernetes, you have to specify it over here. Once it is created, you can start deploying your custom resource. So I have this over here. So I have already applied it. If you see over here in the custom resource definition, I already have applied this particular CRD, custom resource definition. How do I apply it? Just do kubectl apply -f, then the custom resource, and then it will be applied. So now we'll apply the actual custom resource. So if I go into this folder, I have these two files. First one is the operator.yaml, and the second one is the microservice sample.yaml. The operator.yaml, if I look into that, so this has so in order to like deploy the operator, you have to write some spec file like this one. So because I have already published my operator over GitHub image registry, so it is already available. This particular project is already available as in form of image. I just have to deploy it. So here I have specified this is the image. So the operator will be getting deployed. So let's deploy it. Apply -f operator. So you can see the namespace was created, the service account created, authorization created, RBAC was created, and the deployment was created. Let's see in the UI. So if I go to deployments and the microservice operator, so it is still coming up. Yeah, it is in running state. So it has been deployed. So once it is deployed, I can now specify my custom resource spec file in order to deploy the actual application. So if I look at microservice sample, so you can see, so this is the custom resource definition that we created. So we'll specify the kind as microservice. You can see it over here. So the API version that we created with the help of CRD was this one, and the kind that we created in the extended Kubernetes API was the microservice. And now we have all these specs. So from where these specs are coming from, these were originally mentioned inside of this file in form of Java code. We have the specs and all those things, image and all those things. And based on this, we created an operator. Operator we already ran in the Kubernetes cluster, and this one we are going to run now, the actual application, which is the custom resource spec file. So we'll do same thing, kubectl apply -f. So now you'll see the deployment will be getting created. So let's change the name. So you can see the DB got created. I did not create DB. I did not created DB with the help of kubectl apply or something. Create kubectl creating the stateful set, and I also did not created a deployment. I just mentioned the spec file, the custom resource spec file. DB was configured or set up for me. The production, the deployment was specified, and also if we look at the stateful set, the DB is there. And if we look at the configuration, so the configuration, config maps, so the config map was already set up. So this is how you do not have to take care of each and everything. You can specify the operating procedure in your operator, and you are done. So now let's see whether our application is now running or not. We can go to the network. The service is running, and now we can look at our application. So which is pet clinic, this one. So the service is up and running in my local cluster. And now if I wanted to update it, just go to my custom resource definition, which is this one. Okay. So in this one, just specify the new version over here in this. So I have this particular version. Just specify the new version and apply it. The operator will take care of the upgradation based on the logic that we have defined. So since we are crunch on time, I wanted to show you the CPU utilization, but yeah, I'll just share it with you in theory. So I have minimum 2 replicas and max targeting 8 replicas. Whenever the target CPU utilization of a pod goes above 20%, the instances will autoscale. Autoscale, and how that autoscaling part is being taken care of is through our code, which is there in the this particular project, operator particular project. So you can also look into this particular project and go through it. So this is the this is where I have pushed that project, and here is the image which I have pushed. So yeah, this is everything on the Kubernetes operator, mostly on the Java operator SDK. If you have any question, you can connect with me. I have already shared my LinkedIn and my Twitter, and also you can also contribute to these project, the Fabricate Kubernetes client and JOSDK, Java Operator SDK. You can also contribute and become the part of open source community. Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Ishan. Ishan. Call Ishan directly. Call Ishan directly. ठीक है. Call Ishan directly.
Our next session takes us into ecosystems, collaboration, and what it really means to learn from open source at scale. Our speaker for this session is Ishan Sawant. Ishan is a DevRel engineer at Nextcloud and someone deeply passionate about open source, APIs, cloud native technologies, and digital sovereignty. His work sits at the intersection of technology and community, not just building systems, but helping people understand, adopt, and contribute to them. Over the years, he has actively engaged with open source communities across different platforms and regions, speaking at conferences, sharing knowledge, and advocating for technology that empowers users and preserves openness. When he isn't talking about developer ecosystems or enabling communities, you'll probably find him exploring new ideas, connecting with people, or perfecting another cup of coffee, which honestly feels like one of the most developer conference things ever. Please put your hands together and give a warm PuneFOSS welcome to Ishan Sawant.
Hello. What's up? Not doing good? Just give me a second. Where is it? Wait for the light now. You want me to put this mic on? Yeah. Okay. Done? All right. Hi, everyone. What's up? Hello. Hi. Everyone is pretty much done for the day, isn't it? Well, I took a 9-hour flight from Germany 3 days ago, and then I was in Mumbai for KubeCon, and I had 2 talks and 1 boot duty, and then I took a cab at 5:30 a.m. in the morning, and I'm here right now, so I need much more than that. So I'll ask you again, how are you guys doing? Okay. I can see some energy. Great. So, yeah, it's a great venue. I've only seen like stand-ups happen here before PuneFOSS. Like I saw some good comedians, Akash Gupta, Samay Raina, do some good shows here. So thanks Omkar man for the venue and the FOSS team as well. But yeah, my name is Ishan. I come from Pune. I love open source. I've been involved in open source. I've been involved in cloud native communities as well. Is the screen on? Okay, perfect. I've been involved in cloud native communities as well. I love to do a lot of things around open source, right? In Pune, in India, you can find me in any event, KubeCons, FOSS. I was there at FOSS United Chennai. So yeah, I just love open source. And I also recently joined this company called Nextcloud just 2 months ago as a developer relations engineer. And that is also partly why I'm here. We are going to talk about, so when I joined Nextcloud and when I saw what it is, I was kind of inspired. And that's also something that we are going to talk about. So if you see the title, it says how Europe's biggest open source platform is building its ecosystem, right? And what it means, what it is, why it is, what it is, we'll just see everything. But yeah, Nextcloud, it is Europe's one of the Europe's biggest open source platform. It started as a fork of a project. It was called OwnCloud, and then it started as a file sharing solution, and it is what it is right now. So Just to give you an idea, Germany's biggest telco company, Deutsche Telekom, runs around 35,000 users with Nextcloud on their own infrastructure, and they're dependent on it. So that is what open source can do if the right amount of resources are applied, knowledge is applied, and it just gets the right playground, then open source can be a huge thing. So that's Nextcloud. What it is, I'll tell you how they did what they did, but to kind of get more details and to understand better, we'll just see what Nextcloud is. So I'll not go into much detail because I don't want to make it a product pitch sort of a thing. But so just to give you an idea, as I said, it started as a file sharing solution. So what it meant was basically you could store your files on your own server. Back in 2016, that was a huge deal, right? There was no Google Drive, there was no Dropbox, Box, what else? OneDrive. These things did not exist, or they existed, but they were not popular, right? So what people did was they bought a server, or maybe just put some memory up, they spun up a server, and they installed Nextcloud, and that is how they stored their files. So it was basically like they indexed them using Nextcloud, and they kind of stored on top of it, and then you could log into your own instance, just install Nextcloud, open up a port, and then you know what a port and all of that is right here. Like it's not a rocket science, it's not going over on the top of your head, like ports and everything. I'm assuming that you know ports. Okay, so yeah, you can just open up a port and then you can log into Nextcloud, and then that is how it started. But then eventually people were like, well, if we are storing files, we need something to open the files up. So we don't want to download files and kind of go to some local application and open the file up, right? So then they introduced, they collaborated with LibreOffice. You know LibreOffice? Everyone knows LibreOffice? Okay, perfect. So yeah, in the Europe it's called Libre. I live in Berlin nowadays, so like I'm used to it. But yeah, LibreOffice. But yeah, I mean, then they kind of collaborated with LibreOffice. They said that, well, we'll have an application in Nextcloud which will kind of open up these documents in LibreOffice, which was cool. And then eventually there was OnlyOffice, then there was Collabora, and now they have their own Nextcloud Office, Your Office, so which is their own application, right? And then there was also like, okay, well, we want real-time collaboration, so there were contacts, there was calendar, there was mail, and then Nextcloud eventually just built a lot of things on top of just a simple file sharing solution. And it started in 2016, it's just 10 years, and that is what they've done, right? And everything with AI, which is sovereign, which is trained using their own data models and whatnot, right? So that's Nextcloud. And now they just bundle everything together, all these applications together, and they call it, we call it Nextcloud Hub. Right? So it's all of these mails and files, and also, by the way, there's Talk. I forgot about Talk. So Talk is basically you can do chat rooms, you can do meeting rooms, just schedule a meeting, have a conference with hundreds of people. So that's something like Google Meet, but open source, right? So that was Nextcloud. That's what Nextcloud did, and they bundle it together, and it's called Nextcloud Hub. But that does not mean that you only have to install Hub. You can install these single applications as well. But the best thing about Nextcloud is that it is 100% open source. So every single thing that I talked about right now, be it Nextcloud Files, Nextcloud Talk, if you just do a Google search about Nextcloud, go to GitHub, you can see our GitHub organization. And if you go to the repositories, we have around 267 repos, all open to contributions, or most, I would say. And yeah, every single line of code for all of these applications is open source, right? So then you might ask that, well, if it's open source, then, how are you here? What do you do? But I'll tell you later what we do. But that's Nextcloud. So now you have an idea about what Nextcloud is. And it's open source, so there's a huge wave going on in Europe about open source, right? And that's why the European government is also backing all of these open source organizations, including Nextcloud. But what's the reason and why there's this huge wave of open source, and why now, right, in 2026, when we should be talking about AI? Claude, what is it? Open AI. But yeah, let me tell you something called as digital sovereignty. Now, digital sovereignty is basically just to have control, right? It's a very legal and a political term, but just to have control over what you're using, and just to have legal rights over what you're using. I don't want to be geeky, but I'll give you a simple example. So if you have like an AWS cloud, everyone knows AWS. You know how it runs. Like, so if I am, let's say, spinning up a EKS cluster on AWS, what I essentially do is I rent a part of AWS's server, right? You know that? Okay, perfect. So let's say I have this EKS cluster and I've rented a part of this AWS wherever their servers are, right? Let's say Virginia in US. I have this small chunk of the server from the Virginia servers, right? Now, the thing is, I technically own it, the chunk, but who really owns it? It's AWS, right? So let's say tomorrow, if AWS says that, well, our government is not allowing you to use this particular part of the server, and that's why we are cutting off your connection. What options do I have? I don't have control over it at the end. So that's not having digital sovereignty, right? So that's what digital sovereignty means. It's if you consider a government, let's say the Indian government, and let's say if 90% of our workloads run on AWS, which they actually do, more than that, then it's like tomorrow if the government, the US government says that, let's say, we're not giving you access anymore, then you're left with no choice. You have to kind of, you'll be in a panic and you'll be like, oh no, what do? I don't have access to AWS anymore, and I don't have anywhere else to go. So that's what not having digital sovereignty means. You don't have control, you don't have jurisdiction over what you're using. And the example was AWS, right? But again, this applies to a lot of things. So I don't know, cloud is the most obvious example, but let's say even something as simple as Microsoft Word, right? Tomorrow if Microsoft says that we are going to remove this particular feature, or we are not going to give you access from tomorrow onwards, you don't have any option, right? You will still be in a panic because you don't know what to do. So that's not having digital sovereignty. That's what digital sovereignty means. And there's also something called as digital autonomy. Both are related. Well, autonomy is just the ability to act autonomously. It just means that, well, I do have sovereignty. I do have control over some infrastructure. Let's say I have my own server. But can I actually run cloud on that server? Do I actually have the technical ability to do it? So that's what digital autonomy means. And technically, digital sovereignty is the first step towards digital autonomy. So yeah. But why does it matter? Why does all of this matter? It does because, just to give you a fact check, if you take Europe, almost 80% of all of their workloads run on foreign government infrastructure, right? Foreign infrastructure. Let's say AWS, for example, or Azure, or Google Cloud, which is mostly, all of their offices are in the US. If you take UK, it's 88, but if you take India, it's 95%. So there is absolutely no option for let's say an Indian startup which starts up tomorrow and which says that, okay, well, I want to build something on top of a cloud provider. They literally have no option. So I mean, they might be, but just to give you an idea, it's still 95% of it is just not what we, it's not self-made, not what we really own. And with the laws getting uncertain day by day, you know, does anyone know the story of Claude Fable? Claude Fable. You cannot access Claude Fable anymore. You know why? Because the US government said that it's too risky for common people to use it. So that's a very clear example of not having jurisdiction, not having control over what you're using, right? I mean, obviously there are limitations to it. Now you can't say that, oh, I need an agent which is as good as Fable, but which I can also use and which is open source or whatever. So obviously, but it now gives these European companies, us Indian people, a chance to build something which is open source and which cannot be controlled by external governments or external legal authorities, right? And obviously, as you all know, growing geopolitical concerns, one country turns on the other country, and then the access to everything is just disabled, including tech and infra and a lot of other things. So with all of this, I think it is important for us to kind of focus on digital sovereignty and digital autonomy, because if we build something of our own, let's say tomorrow if we are denied access to AWS or whatever, then we still have options, right? And that's how we complete the whole loop of having sovereignty and autonomy. And what are countries doing to solve this? Well, now, let's say if you're a student or if you're looking for a job switch in open source, I think from this slide onwards, it is very important that you pay attention, because if you listen to this, then you'll automatically know that there are a lot of opportunities waiting for you in this digital sovereignty autonomy sector, right? So what is Europe doing to solve all of this? Does anyone know or have heard of this Europe tech open source movement going on, where everyone is focusing on open source and everyone is just like, well, we are now going to adapt open source tools and we are going to stop being dependent on US and all of that? Does anyone know? Okay, perfect, cool, a lot of people. So what is Europe doing? They recently introduced something called as the EU Tech Sovereignty Package, which is basically a set of open source tools that they are going to promote and back and fund, so that a lot of companies start using and adopting open source. They also did this Chip Act 2.0, which means that Europe was dependent, and I mean, I think almost everyone is dependent on mostly Taiwanese companies and Chinese companies for chips, right? Silicon chips. There was this news in between that GPUs, the chips for GPUs are insanely, the prices have skyrocketed. You know why? Because only those people were able to produce it. That is why you had to pay them for the chip. So there was a Chip Act, which is basically like, we'll now manufacture chips and we'll now manufacture all of these semiconductors. So that's there, and it's a lot more is going on, right? Everyone is moving towards open source, adopting open source. There are a lot of job opportunities and much more, which I'll be talking about in a couple of minutes. But that's what Europe is doing. UK is also doing great. They have passed some bills which is about cybersecurity, open source, and having sovereign AI, which is basically like training their own data models, having their own models, and just stop to be dependent on all of these foreign companies for AI, because AI is going to be a huge thing in the future, is what we all say. A different talk altogether to debate on it, but yeah, they are doing a lot in sovereign AI space and all of that. They are also adopting open standards, open source. So that is what UK is doing. But what about India? So what are we doing? Does anyone know? I mean, I know a couple of things that India is doing to promote, what is it, Swadey. It was something around, something around like building in our own country. I can't remember the word. But does anyone know an initiative which India is doing?
India developed its own operating system, which was just an AOSP4. That was done by people at IIT Madras.
Yeah, so we are developing our own operating system. That's great. Has anyone heard about Sarvam AI? Yeah, Sarvam AI. So yeah, you heard of? So, okay, perfect. So we are basically what they're doing is they're training their own models with our own data. So it's all built in India, made in India. So the move is there, but it's minimal, right? Compared to what Europe is doing, it's nothing. So that's where we stand right now, right? In terms of moving towards a more digitally independent lifestyle. So, for example, not being dependent on any particular provider for some part of your daily tech usage or whatever. So that's why this talk, right? So what's Europe is doing and all not. But yeah, it's a FOSS United talk, so you might be wondering how open source fits into all of this. And just to give you a overview of how open source fits is basically if you have something which is open source, the code is out there, right? So you can see, you can play with the code, you can fork it, you can use it, you can see if it is actually doing what it is supposed to, right? So for example, if you're using, let's say, a document editor, Microsoft Word, you actually don't know if you are just using something which edits your documents, or you're also using something which is sending your data to the US, and if you, or maybe any other company, or any other country for that matter, right? Just data is the data is gold in 2026. So you don't know what's happening in the back end because it's not open source. You cannot actually dig into the code and see what's happening. So if it's open source, you can do all of this, right? You can go into the code, you can see what's happening, if it works. You can also modify it to your own taste. So for example, Nextcloud is open source. So I've seen people have their whole dashboard in pink color, which is great because you are getting something which has a personal touch to it. I'm pretty sure you cannot do it in these proprietary tools unless they give you an option to. But again, I don't think any proprietary vendor would want to change their theme or their color because that's their whole identity, right? So yeah, that's how open source fits. And then again, there's no vendor lock-in. So for example, tomorrow there's an open source. How many of you use open source here? Just can you name something that you use? Just any? Sorry? Okay, Linux. What else? Kubernetes? LibreOffice. Okay, let's take LibreOffice as an example, right? So let's say tomorrow there is some decision that LibreOffice is no longer going to be open source. If that's going to be the decision, it's not like they can immediately close source all the code. They will be able to do it through a procedure depending on the licensing and whatnot. But if they do it, you will still have a copy of the code which was open source before they kind of decided to close source it, right? So you can always take that code and then build on your own. So it's not like if the access is gone, it's altogether gone. You still have access, but now you're just stuck with something, the last version which is open source, which is still good if it's open source, right? So that's open source, right? And as I said, if it's open source, it gives you a lot of opportunities, so you can build on top of it. So Nextcloud started as a fork of OwnCloud. If anyone is in open source long enough, there was this tool called OwnCloud, which no one talks about even today because it just went down and down and down and down, but Nextcloud just went up because it took the community contributions. So yeah, you can just fork a project or you can build on top of it. Like for example, let's take Kubernetes. There are I believe thousands of tools around Kubernetes in today's date, and Kubernetes itself is open source. So it's great, right, what open source can do. So what open source does is it just opens up the door for digital sovereignty. So once you have your code in the open, what you can do is you can start to explore a lot more options. You can kind of develop a sovereign solution and move towards autonomy, and you'll actually be able to use and modify and develop the software that you're talking about, right? So that's how open source helps. But what is the key takeaway for us? Well, number one, as I already talked about for the last 20 minutes, is digital sovereignty. We have to have control over our own data. We don't want our data. In today's date, it has become so normal that you don't even mind. So I was at KubeCon. It's a conference. Does anyone have heard KubeCon? Okay. So basically, you get these ID cards, and they have QRs. So if you go to a booth, let's say a Red Hat booth or an IBM booth, so what they do is they scan the QR code. And by scanning the QR code, you are consenting them to use your name, number, email, and all of that. And it's become so common in today's date that everyone is like, okay, there you go, give me the swag or the t-shirt or the bottle or whatever, right? But people don't get that for a 700 rupee bottle, you're selling your data, which is much, much more valuable. And you'll be getting emails from them for the next decade, right? Which you might not really want. So privacy is a myth in 2026, but it's still not, out of our hands. We can still get it back, but for that we need, as I said, to adopt digital sovereignty, take it seriously, and focus on tools which are open source so that we can achieve our goal better, right? Especially with all the Indian initiatives coming in, I think it's a great way to support them as well. Next, open source is the future. As I said, it's the heart of sovereignty and autonomy. So open source is not going to die. If anyone was wondering that, well, what about open source? AI is coming in and anyone can build a cool tool or a replica of a cool tool in just like, 12 hours of vibe coding. So yes, the established open source organizations are not going to die. This is because a lot of these big organizations, hyperscalers, are dependent on simple open source tools. For example, let's take something as simple as libcups. Has anyone heard of these packages which you install on Linux? Yeah. So so Linux basically runs on every server. So it's not like open source is going to die. And open source is in fact the heart of digital autonomy and sovereignty. Next is, well, because a lot of open source organizations are coming up, what you can do is you can start contributing. You can contribute to, let's say, Nextcloud, for example. You can contribute to LibreOffice. LibreOffice is entirely community managed. So if you're interested in LibreOffice, you can go contribute to LibreOffice, right? What you get is basically the resume validation. You get to put it on your resume. You get to work with a lot of cool people and much more, right? I don't think I need to tell you the advantages of open source. But the last and the most important point is jobs, opportunities. With digital sovereignty and all of this coming in, there are like a lot of jobs in Europe and around who are looking for people who have an open source background and are into software engineering and are into, let's say even platform engineering, DevOps, and all of those things, because there's a huge wave, right? So Europe is doing sovereign cloud, which means their own providers, not AWS or Azure or whatever. So their own cloud, which is developed in Europe, they're doing that open source tech sovereignty package. So Nextcloud, OpenSUSE, and a lot of open source organizations are looking for people to become a software engineer or whatever. And you can just, if you just do a simple Google search, you'll get to know the number of opportunities, right? So that's what all of it is with respect to the European tech ecosystem, the European tech open source ecosystem. But again, it was a 30-minute, 25-minute talk. So I just tried to rush through a lot of things. But there is absolutely a lot more that I could just keep on talking about. And literally a single Google search for you can be career changing, because they're looking for employees remote. Like, it doesn't matter where you're based. They're looking for remote employees. And the job opportunities in the next 10 years are going to be insane. So 10x of what they are today. And even today, they are a lot. So they have a lot of gaps in positions to fill. So I'd say that just please have a look at what this is. If you actually make it, it's going to be career changing for you. But again, as I said, if you don't know a lot of things about this, if you are, you don't know what EU tech is, what they are doing, because obviously in a 30-minute talk, I can't cover a lot of things, right? So what you can do is a beautiful article written by one of the tech news agencies. Just scan this QR code, have a read through the article. You'll understand the relation of open source, what digital sovereignty means, how it is helpful and how it is going to make money, and how you as an employee will be able to make money through getting into all of this, right? So I think it gives you a pretty broad overview of what things stand. But again, I cannot talk about it's a topic worth talking about throughout the day. So obviously I might have missed some things that I had earlier planned, or maybe some important things that I did not think were important. So what you can do is, obviously I'll be around outside once I'm done. So you can come talk to me if you're looking for something, or if you already know something about the whole space and you want to know more. Just come, say hi, chat to me. I'll tell you a lot about what it is about, because apart from being one of the employees in one of the German companies and the European companies, I'm also very passionate about it, and I want my Indian brothers and sisters to know about it, so that you also know what all of these things mean and what these countries are focusing on today when it comes to tech. So what you can do is either come have a chat, or the QR code. You have to scan it. You don't have an option, but okay. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn and we can take the conversation from there, obviously. Otherwise, I'm just available throughout the day till the last talk outside and inside and wherever. But yeah, that was my LinkedIn and that was the talk. If the slides were not up to the mark or very childish, I'm so sorry. I really had 2 hours and I had to put everything together. But hopefully in the next edition, I'll bring something better. But that was my time. Thank you, everyone, and I am open to questions. Great. If you have any questions, we can take a couple of questions. Is that fine? Okay. We can take a couple of questions if you have any questions. Otherwise, we can just move on to the next talk. You still have 3 talks to go. And yeah, so any questions? Any questions at all? Don't worry if it's too dumb. You're not going to be a fool if you ask something that is maybe dumb or whatever. No questions? Yep, please.
Why use a LinkedIn when you're working at Nextcloud?
Well, as I said, there is the digital sovereignty wave and there is the digital autonomy wave, and we want to move towards a future where everything is open source and everything is just controllable and in your own control. But there are certain limitations. So for example, I still use a Mac, right? So why? Because there doesn't exist a device. There is Tuxedo computers. I don't know how many of you know Tuxedo computers. But again, for my work purpose, there still doesn't exist a device that can actually match what we get out of a MacBook, right, in that space yet. Same is for LinkedIn, right? If you want more and more people to know about it, LinkedIn is, I think, the most and the obvious choice to connect with a lot of people who might not be in the space, but again, you want more and more people to get into it, right? And that's the motive. So I know it's kind of all doesn't make sense now, but hopefully by 2030, when we reach towards a more sovereign future, maybe we can have an open source alternative for LinkedIn. I know we have, yeah, we do. The alternative for Twitter as well, Blue Sky, I believe. Yeah, Blue Sky is there. Mastodon, yeah, Mastodon is there as well. But again, it all depends on how people perceive it in the coming future, right? So yeah, pretty great question. Thank you. But any other questions? Otherwise, you can always find me outside. Great. Perfect. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you around. Bye. Have a nice day.
A louder round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much, Ishan, for that incredible session.
So, starting with the name of the project, I named it after one of my favorite types of wild animals. It's a small white cat, and I love the awareness of this is called money. So, now, the idea was inspired by the fact that if you're trying to create a video game, you have to put in some visuals, and if you try to put in those visuals, you try to create them, it's very difficult. You go to the Unity assets store, you get something like that. But this becomes very difficult at a scale because then these visuals are very volatile as assets or many other problems such as this. So to target this, I wanted to create a solution with which people could create their own assets. Now we have modern smartphones, they're amazing, but I thought, why not do something stupid? Why not use a Kinect? So do you know what a Kinect is? How many of you? Raise your hands. Come on. Okay, not a lot of hands. So, hello? Hello? Yeah. So this is a Kinect. It's a pretty old piece of hardware. It came with the Xbox 360. And it's from Microsoft. So it's not very open source friendly. But that didn't stop me. So I was thinking, this has a RGB camera, an IR camera, and it has a depth sensor. So why not use this to create 3D assets? Pretty dumb idea, honestly, but you know what? Let's see. Let's see how it went. So now, moving through the slides. So the idea is that we use a Kinect and we create Unity assets using TSDF. I'm not going to go into the mathematics behind this, but it's pretty fun to look at. This is an image from the original Kinect patent. The idea was that you could control a video game console completely with your hands, completely without the help of any other tooling. So they were trying to go one step above the Wii, which if you know about, it allowed you to control, let's say, Mario Kart. You could control it with your controller, yeah, motion controls. So it has a couple of different sensors. As I said, you have IR, you have depth, and you have a color sensor, which allows you to capture images like any other camera. So this is what we're going to be using. Now in this, Microsoft being Microsoft, they don't do things well, do they? They decided to write a pretty not well maintained SDK for Windows, and they had this proprietary connector. So they tried to transmit 12 volt over USB. I don't know why, but I had to get an adapter to get it connected to a PC. But yeah, we're through with that. So obviously I'm not going to develop on Windows, I'm not interested. What do? I'm on Linux, I choose this library. It's some geniuses put in a lot of effort to reverse engineer the entire protocol that Microsoft has running over this, and they figured out a way to get it running on Linux, which is what we have over here. So if I open my terminal, I'll just zoom in a bit. Can you see? Yeah? I run LSUSB, you can see that right now the device is not connected. I'll just connect it by just a second. Okay, yeah. So if you see here, it's showing up as a device now. This is the motor. It has a motor, mic, and it also has a camera. So we got this working, and I developed an application using the following set of application technologies. We have OpenGL for the application itself. We have Qt, which is being used for the rendering framework. I just wanted to learn how to use Qt. I have CUDA, which I despise, but it's the standard for GPUs. I wanted to learn CUDA. I gave it a shot. And then yesterday I decided to port everything to HIP. So HIP is AMD's open source equivalent, and I had a lot of fun learning how to convert CUDA code into Rockwell code. And it's also supporting CPUs because I don't actually have a GPU. This is all running off a ThinkPad. So it's, yeah. The pipeline is as follows. You get the data from the Kinect, you pass it through lib3net because it's a custom protocol. You have to pre-process the data because you have to remember this was a sensor designed in 2008. When it's a sensor from 2008, the camera itself is 480p, This is not great if you want to scan 3D assets. And the depth sensor is also not great because it will give you a lot of nans and a lot of noise as well. We have to pre-process it pretty well. And I've also tried to implement something you might have heard about. How many of you play video games? Video games? Yeah. Have you heard of DLSS? It's used for upscaling video games, right? Have you heard of AMD's equivalent, FSR? It's open source, right? So FSR1 was a completely spatial upscaling technology in which you could take a frame which was, let's say, 480p and upscale it to 720p. It was not that great because it was not temporally aware. But for our use case, it's pretty good. So I'm able to upscale these frames in real time at 30 FPS on a ThinkPad because I was using FSR1. Now we want to reconstruct this entire scene that we're capturing on the Kinect in 3D space. So for this, we're using geometry reconstruction, ICP tracking, and TSDS. Not going to go into the specifics, but ICP tracking allows the computer to have an understanding of the position of the Kinect in 3D space as we move it around an asset, an environment. Geometry reconstruction and TSDF together allow you to stitch together various frames you capture around, various depth mappings you get in order to then get an accurate 3D asset. And marching cubes then allows you to optimize that map that is being generated. So yeah, there's two types of Kinect. In case you didn't know, the Xbox One also came with a Kinect, and it had flopped pretty bad. You might remember that the PS4 was significantly better. Microsoft tried to go all in with the Kinect V2, but we're only using the V1. Again, making life harder for myself, but it was fun. Now, we're using temporal depth stabilization because the depth sensor is not great. We're using RGB enhancement, as I mentioned, depth filling, and we're also using ICP at multiple stages. So ICP is aligning all of your images, and the best way to do it is do it at 3 levels. You have at full resolution, half resolution, and quarter resolution. This allows you to quickly map your frames into the relevant space first, and then fine-tune them as you go along. And over time, if you have the camera steady, then your overall quality of the scan can improve with temporal depth stabilization which we're using. Now, TSDF, I'll skip this part. And so Unity takes in GLP assets, and .ply is the standard format for any 3D asset. So those are the two things I wanted to support. And I will admit, I have vibe coded every single thing in this. I have used Gemini, which is not great for writing this kind of code, but it has a free tier which is pretty generous, and I used like 8 accounts, so it was fun. So if you look at this, the first GIF, if you see, it is pretty noisy. You are collecting a lot of assets which are not actually relevant to you. But this is the first version that we came up with. This is what I submitted for my computer vision class in college. The second one, if you see, you're scanning a room here. So you can see the vision I have here. Imagine creating your own custom map. So like your house could be a map. You play in Counter-Strike. That must be pretty cool. Might do that. And then the latest version that I came up with overnight, this one has HIP. So the Rockham thing I talked about. And you can see that the detail on the filter is quite visible in comparison to the middle one, which does not have a lot of detail. So what we have achieved here is that we've reduced the amount of noise, reduced the number of random artifacts that we have, while retaining detail, expanding on detail. So yeah, this has a bunch of use cases, but I wanted to get the demo working. Mostly that seems like fun after a pretty theoretical conference. Let's see if it is. Okay. You can see that we have the motor, the audio, and the camera. They have initialized. This means that lib3nect is working properly. You have to do some udev ADM messing around in order to get this working properly as root, but I've already done that, which leaves us with the next step. So this is the program I have created. Now in real time, we're going to try to scan the conference. Let's see how it goes. So yeah, I have already configured HIP because I have an iGPU which is AMD. I launched the application. This is the application, this is how it looks. In this, you just press start capture. It initializes over here, and I'm not surprised. The demo is not working. Okay, let's try again. CPU. CPU is a bit more stable. Yeah, so honestly, I did this program as a learning experiment because I wanted to learn how to write CPU code from scratch. Let's see if I can get anything. No? Okay, that's a shame. But yeah, you can see that the aim of this project was to capture the Kinect frames at 30 FPS, but we want to track it and stitch them together. That's an independent process. And along with that, we want to stitch together and have a live preview which is at 60 FPS. So if you see the preview, even though the UI is broken, you can see that it's pretty smooth. The whole idea behind this is to have separate threads, and you want to do GPU management properly because you cannot just refer to pointers in GPU memory that easily. So I got to learn a lot from this project, and I will say that even though I'm pretty anti-AI, this project was much easier because I had AI. And now this bugginess and the fact that it's not working is probably also AI. But I did get to learn a lot. So the way I look at it is that even if AI is not helping you ship in production, as a student, instead of letting it make your life easier, you should try to pick up more challenging projects with AI. That's my opinion. And I think that's, oh yeah. So you can see the logs. It's trying to do ICP, which allows it to map together and stitch together stuff. It's failing. But yeah, that's pretty much my talk for today. Thank you so much. And if you want to talk about this, if you want to talk about the maths, I'm a huge fan of computer vision. I'm always down to talk. Let me know. Thank you.
So, hey guys, I'm Santosh Kumar and I am from Tamil Nadu. I am a current CSE student and now I'm here to deliver a speech about how I built my container runtime from scratch. And so in this session, I'll cover how one container runtime manages all the containers and how the containers actually interact under the hood and what are the challenges I have faced while building this. So before getting to technically, I'll answer the basic question, why LXR and why I built that. So I registered that I won't build another container runtime to compete with Docker or other modern container runtimes. I just want to understand how a container runtime actually working under the hood and how it all manages. So that I learned about the Linux concepts like namespace and C groups. So that I ended up with LXR. So basically, what is LXR? Obviously, LXR is our custom container runtime that is directly interact with the Linux kernel to spin up a containers, and it's responsible for to manage the container operations and the container networking and all the operations based to the containers. And also in LXR containers can even accessible from the browsers for the local development. Let me explain. So basically this is an LXR architecture. For this I have built an CLI tool, and LXR D means LXR daemon, which means an LXR server. So the both of this LXR CLI and LXR daemon is completely written with Go, and now the command passes to an LXR daemon through the LXR CLI. It uses an HTTP request over Unix socket, not an TCP socket to over a Unix socket for an efficient local IPC communication. And after that, this LXR daemon is responsible for to create a container, which means that it directly interacts with the Linux kernel to spin up a containers and to manage its all the operations. It involves networking manager and the container manager. Okay, now the theory part gets over. Let's we create a container together from scratch. You may see the same command in Docker, right? But with a Docker prefix. Here the same command, but with an LXR, but with a prefix LXR. So what happens when I press enter? I'll execute that. Just wait for a while. So actually this is a command to spin up a container in LXR. So like Docker LXR also has the same command but with an LXR prefix. When I press enter, see, so actually the LXR created a container. This is an system level container, not an application level container. So we are going to see what are all the steps it passes through. So at the very first stage, it has an it has a root FS extraction from an image. So here basically we use an Python image to create a Python container named Python. Here at the very first stage is root FS extraction. What does it mean? Every container, every VM, every machine has its own file system to access and hardware, to access and hard disk data. So like the same here, we are going to create a Python container so that we need an Python root file system. So that I download the Python image directly from the Docker hub, and I extract each and every layers and download each and every layers, store in each and every layers, and combine everything to form an actual file system. So this file system is going to act as a root file system inside the container. So this is how a file system is extracted from that image. And after that, this is a core concept in LXR, namespace and C groups. What does it mean? So basically, namespaces provide an isolation. Isolation for host. It means it made a process to view its own environment, so that a normal Linux host process can feel like it means it feels like an isolated environment. So here I use an PID namespace, mount namespace, network namespace for an isolated container network, and user namespace for an isolated user, and UTS namespace for an isolated host name. So this is how a container get isolated. So far we have created an isolated environment with this namespace. But now just imagine that we have just created a container, but it has no limitations, no restrictions. What happens? It may consume it may consume memory, and it may consume CPU computation, so that it may leads to memory spike, and so this is the problem. In order to avoid that, we use an C groups. What does it mean? So basically, C groups is to control the process limit. It needs to control the process. It provides an CPU limit and memory limit and the container process creations limits, so that the container won't run beyond its limits. Here, this is the key point. The real isolation plus the resource control is known as an actual container. So this is how a container is created from the scratch. Okay, you can see the second stage is setting up the container root FS with overlay file system. What does it mean, overlay file system? So actually, so far we extracted an file system, Python file system, to use it inside a root FS inside a container. So just imagine that here the actual Python root FS may around 1 GB. So what happens when I copy that entire image in entire root FS into each and every Python containers? So all the containers occupies 1 GB in space, and it may grows further. So it may easily leads to disk extractions. In order to avoid that, we go with an overlay FS. What does it mean? So basically, overlay FS provides a layer-based approach. It means all the containers uses a same Python root FS. So a container actually uses an a root FS as a base layer, and the container changes as a top layer. So this overlay FS combine these two layers to show us an actual container root FS. So this is how a container gets its own isolated environment, and it ensures the container start with almost zero additional space. And we are going to implement a container networking at this stage. So that we are going to create a web pass. What does it mean, web pass? It means two virtual NIC got connected with an virtual internet. So one end of the width is attached with a container, and the other end of the width is attached with an Elixir's bridge. So that the bridge can communicate with the container, and the container can communicate with the bridge. So here each and every container has its own unique IP addresses, so that it can reach to the host with the help of Elixir bridge and host. It can reach to the internet. So here the packet flow happens. Here the container packet flow goes through an Elixir bridge, and that bridge forwards the packet to the host, and host to internet. And the response from the internet get back to the container as vice versa. So this is how a container has its own networking. And after that, to allocate an IP address for a container, I have built an O of 1 IP allocator. Just imagine that what happens when a daemon scans thousands of IP addresses in a subnet to find a single available IP. How long it takes? So it takes some time now. So to avoid that, a daemon can pick a directly available IP from the IP stack. So this is an O of 1 IP allocation. To implement this, we need a stack with two coroutines. So in Go, coroutines like threads, it means a lightweight threads. So we need one stack with two coroutines. One coroutine is responsible to pick the topmost element of the stack. That IP is going to use as a containers IP. And the second coroutine is responsible to continuously check the continuously check the stack is empty or not. If the stack becomes empty, that automatically refills the next 100 IPs in that subnet, so that the daemons can pick an available IP directly from this stack. And after that, when container get destroyed, that container's particular IP is returned back to this IP pool, so that LXR daemon can easily get that IP, and now the container IP can be reusable for other containers. So this is how LXR achieves an open IP allocation. So actually, we have successfully created our container. You can see at the first stage we download the images, and the second stage we are setting up the environment with rootFS, and the third stage setting up the container networking with LXR's bridge and with pairs, and after that setting the resource limit between, which means the C groups. So now our container is successfully running. So so far we have created a container and that's running, but somehow we need to access our container now. So that somehow we need to access our container, that helpful for our local development. So that LXR provides a two-way to access a container. Usually this is a first way with an exec command. When I use an LXR exec command, LXR exec, the container name. When I use this command, actually that provides a containers environment. See, it's not my host, it's on my container rootFS. So what happens when I use an exec command? The exec command somehow it provides me the container shell. So what happens behind the scenes when I use this? So basically this is a Python container, and I can basically do one Python operations here. Like the same happened. How this has happened? So this is because of an PTY allocation, PTY execution. What does it mean? It means a pseudo terminal. PTY master and PTY slaves are created, and the PTY slave is attached with the containers bash. The master is handled by the daemon. So whatever write on the master slave, that immediately reflects on the slave side, and whatever writes on the slave side, that immediately reflects on the master slave. So the user's command passes to the daemon, and the daemon writes the command to master, master to slave, and the slave writes the commands to the containers bash. Now the bash executes that command and returns the output as the same order, but in vice versa. So this is how exec works, and this is an approach to access the container with terminal. Okay. And this is a second approach. This is a second way to access the LXR container. It can possible through the browser. So basically I can wait. I can check the running container with LXRPS. Okay. Now, when I use the I can access the containers through browser. Oh, 2 more minutes. I can access the container through the browser with its container ID along its port. So basically, in LXR, each and every container runs code server inside it in the port of 9000. So that I can access the containers VS Code through browsers. So the password is on container's name, and when I use this, so basically I can get into the container and I can do one further operations to build an Python applications here. And these are the challenges I have faced while building this. The very first challenge to access the container. So at first I thought that I can run SSHD inside the container and I can basically access through the container with the SSH command. But I tried that, but it breaks because SSH daemon needs a root privilege to run the server. But in LXR, each and every containers are non-privileged. It's a non-root, so that that LXR's architecture is conflicts with this SST or SSH architecture, so that breaks. To resolve this, I used a pseudo terminal, that means an P2 execution. And after that, network resistance, which means at one day I created containers with web pairs and the LXR bridge, and after system restarts, everything get cleared. So I first of all I confused at the moment, and after that I found the reason. Linux cleared everything. Linux cleared the bridge and the containers with pairs after reboots. So that to resolve this, I automatically creates the container with pairs and then Elixir bridge at the daemon startup. And I covered something. I covered the summary of the Elixir in this 15-minute talk. So if you want to explore it more, you can use this QR. And this is an GitHub repository of Elixir. The contributions are always welcome. Okay, thank you for providing me the wonderful opportunity to share my contents in front of expert in it. This is my LinkedIn. We will connect it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh, for your time. I know you've been here since morning and you've traveled far to be here. All right. Joining us next is Sumanto Kar, who completed his MTech in Industrial Engineering and Operations Research from IIT Bombay and holds a BE in Electronics Engineering from Mumbai University. His interests lie in contributing to open source, electronic design automation tools, and he has been actively involved with the FOSS project, contributing to the development, integration, documentation, and outreach of eSIM, an open source EDA platform developed at IIT Bombay. Today, he'll be taking us through a hands-on journey into eSIM and showing us how open source tools are helping make electronics design more accessible and more collaborative. Please welcome Sumanto Kar, our last session, which is a hands-on session for today on eSIM with a huge round of applause. I know we are just a handful, but please, it's the last session of the day and I know it's difficult to conduct that very session. So once again, थोड़ी energy के साथ a huge loud round of applause for sir. Thank you.
Yeah, podium also works. ये लगाना है ना? Just 1 minute. Okay, let me start with this. Yeah, so hello all. So I will show a quick presentation, then I will start with the workshop. So how many of you are awake? Just raise your hands.
Okay, nice, nice. Okay, how many of you are from know a bit of electrical domain, electrical hardware, and so on? You've worked on this at some point of time in your lives. Anyone? Okay, nice, nice, nice. Okay. Yeah, so the session is on eSIM tool as described. So thanks for staying till the end, and thanks for accepting my proposal as a speaker. So yeah, about me, I did my MTech from IEOR, IIT Bombay, and B in electronics engineering from Mumbai University. This is my LinkedIn account. So I put it at the front. First slides, if someone wants, please take a pic right now itself and connect with me over the LinkedIn. Okay. Yeah, so about FOSSI. So FOSSI stands for Free Libre Open Source Software. How many of you are aware of FOSSI by any chance? Okay, Soham and other people? Okay, nice, nice. Yeah, so Free Libre Open Source Software for Engineering Education or Education, and it's a government project based at IIT Bombay, funded by Ministry of Education, and so we aim to promote open source tools at different parts of the country, and yeah, so this is the actual goal, and what all things we offer. So like Scilab, Python, and different other tools, as you can see over here. Just 1 minute, there is some issue with my screen mirroring. Yeah, so yeah, so I will take the hand mic. Hello, hello, yeah. So Scilab, Python, eSIM. eSIM is developed by us, and Scilab is an alternative to MATLAB. Python, we have a lot many presentations on Python, and Arduino. Then OSDAC. OSDAC is developed by us in Mumbai FOSS. One of my colleagues presented. Then in India FOSS as well, he presented last time. Then DWSIM, Open Modelica, Sol, and these are different other platforms which we promote. Okay. So activities promoted, interesting projects and prospects. So these are some of the projects which we have to promote open source tools. For example, we have this case study project, research migration project, and textbook companion project, so these are like you need to take up a proposal from somewhere, submit it on our portal, and get it approved from us, and you will be recognized on our website, and your project will be put up, and you will receive a certificate and some money from our end. Okay. So yeah, so now coming back to our topic, why India needs to lead semiconductor due to the various reasons. As we know, defense is one of them, obviously, and national security, defense, and designing to manufacture transition. So we need everything in Make in India. So due to various bureaucratic political problems, we have supply chain issues of the chips. So in order to tackle with them, we need the chips manufactured in our country. Okay. So our team eSIM is trying to help this by developing a tool called EDA tool. And yeah, by the way, the FOSSI project is, I don't know if you know, it's running for around 17 years, and eSIM is also quite old. It started around 2012, 2013 by a group of PhD students at IIT Bombay. And yeah, so it integrates various other open source tools like KiCad, ngSpice, Validator, MakerChip, GHDL, and Open Modelica, and it's released under GPL version 3 license. So features, schematic designing, SPICE simulation. We have built a mixed signal simulation, PCB designing, and device modeling, and integration with other PDKs. PDK stands for process design kits, which contain all the parameters for when one wants to go for chip designing. And PDKs so we support Sky 130 and IHP as of now. IHP is a fab in Germany, and Sky 130 is a PDK kit given by Google in collaboration with Skywater. And yeah, so we are supporting for Ubuntu, Windows, Docker, everything. We are also trying to have Mac support and interface with OpenModelica and schematic converters. We have proprietary tools to eSIM, schematic converters, so that the designs which are already available can be converted to eSIM. And the cloud version also we are developing, and to have AI chatbot for easily debugging the circuits. This is the startup screen. This is the schematic editor. This here we have mixed signal simulation. At the middle we have the mixed signal block, and at the other ends at the middle we have the analog digital block, and at the other ends we have the analog blocks. So this is a complete feedback loop of mixed signal circuit. Yeah, so current activities which we run under ECM is circuit simulation projects. So you need to take up a circuit and submit it on our portal. And once you submit and the circuit gets approved, you will receive a certificate and honorarium. Similarly, for faculty members, those who are students, you can talk to your faculties. We have something called lab migration project, where professors can do the labs using eSIM and submit it on our portal. Then research migration project is another thing where you need to take up some research paper, maybe from some reputed sites like IEEE or Springer or somewhere else, and convert it and try those circuits using eSIM and submit it over our portal. So we currently have 600 plus circuits on our website. And conducted activities, we had run 4 marathons over different time frames, and every time we did a marathon there were around 2000 plus registrations, and the outcome of the marathon was we had around 10 plus chips really sent for the tape out to the fabrication for fabrication. Okay, so yeah, so FOSS in fellowships. By the way, how many students over here? So interested, so if you are interested, please do visit our website and apply for fellowships and internships programs. Fellowship is currently going on, summer fellowship, and you can apply for the winter semester long internship, which may be coming around July, August. And yeah, so we have different programs. We also collaborate with other organizations and do internship programs. Okay, so just please do apply over the website. And yeah, so FOSS workshops, we also could do workshops and conferences, and this is our website. Just take a pic. Done. And this is for learning eSIM. Again, another pic, spoken tutorials. And our collaborators, we are collaborating with FOSS United, we are collaborating with different Swadeshi processors like Ajit, Shakti, Vega, and kind of part of Indian Semiconductor Mission, and SEMIX team at the IIT Bombay, and different other undergraduate, graduate researchers. We are trying to collaborate with Japan and Germany. Okay, so these are our collaborators. And join hands in developing. How many of you are interested to contribute? Please raise your hands. No one is interested? Okay, so yeah, so we are developing cloud version. Those who are working on full stack web development, you can contribute over there. We are also integrating eSIM with OpenRoad, which is another tool for complete RTL to GDS2. RTL is written in Verilog, and it can be ported to GDS2 and get the complete final layout for chip fabrication. And so that thing also we are integrating to have the complete simulation to GDS2 flow. And yeah, so we are from electrical domain. Electrical folks can work on designing integrated circuits and sub-circuits, system on chips, power devices, RF component integrations and PCB designing, lot of things can be done, footprint designing, this, that, okay? So there are n number of possibilities that can be figured out. So these are the repositories, just take a pic. Okay. Okay, so thank you, but I will now proceed for the short circuit. I will show a short simulation using eSIM. So yeah, so I have already done it. I will just show it how it happens. So when you open eSIM, this is the welcome page, and okay, and so we have something called, so there are different features: schematic, design, convert, KiCad to ngSpice, simulation, simulate, model editor for device modeling, sub-circuit editor, then maker chip NGVery. So I will show you maker chip NGVery where you can do mixed signal simulation. So I am just importing a Verilog code. Okay, up counter. How many of you are aware of Verilog? Okay, nice. So yeah, so this is Verilog, and yeah, and I click on convert Verilog to ngSpice. It was already built earlier, therefore it says we want to do it again. So yes, it takes some time. Oh wow, wait. Okay, so it builds currently and says model successfully. Let me try it with iCarus Verilog. Yeah, so it's working now. Okay. Now after doing this, I had created the following schematic. Okay, so after running NGVery, this up counter digital simulation block gets created. Then the ADC DAC bridges are there to interface it with the analog and digital world. This is the analog world. Again, this is the analog world. Okay. And after building the schematic, I just go to the eSIM, then do KiCad to ngSpice, add simulation parameters as 0 milliseconds, 0.1 milliseconds, and 100 milliseconds, and source details as you can see 0.5 of, so it will give a pulse source of 1 to 1 millisecond 2 millisecond time period with 50% duty cycle, and reset signal of 1 millisecond which will be high for 1 millisecond. Okay, and there are other things which you can explore. Okay, so clicking on convert button, okay, and just running the simulation. You want the ngSpice plots? Yes. Okay. Oh, what happened? Let me change it to down count maybe. Instead of up counter, I will use down count. 1 minute. It's going back to maker chip. Yeah. So once you get the simulation, you will get the waveform plots, okay? And I will just show you the BJT amplifier as well. So how the simulation plot looks for analog circuits. So I mean, sorry, the RC circuits. Yeah, so this is a typical RC circuit plots. So yeah, this is how the things work in eSIM. So yeah, so I think I should wind up fast. Okay, so any doubts, anything? Anyone wants to say anything? Understood everything? Yep. Hello? Okay then, thank you. Let's end over here. Thanks for attending.
Yeah, thanks a lot for joining. Do share your experience. We'll be sharing a feedback form on the meet as well. So just let us know what you think of the event and all the other things that we have prepared for you guys. That's it. Thank you.